we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. And let's see. Irish Monk, thank you very kindly for gifting 5 memberships. And who got those? Dan got one, and Gabby Aswald, and Jan Arts, and Frank McLeod, and Leroy Hildenbrand. And congratulations to those 5 people. That is awesome. That is 5, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I had to count that twice. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. That is awesome, and really do appreciate that. Very kind of you to do that. And the gifting is always welcome. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And on the screen right now, of course, we backed it up a little bit because we wanted to see, you know, beautiful differences in color shades and stuff. And that lovely lava from 2:11 this morning at Kilauea. And that is all cool. So very, very... Philomena, one of the things that you do have to do, and I don't know if you're aware of it, I just want to mention this to you real quick. If you scroll back up to that banner, click on the banner and make sure there's a little thing on there that says turn on accept gifts. Okay, if you see that, I don't know if it'll be on there because the 5 were given away. But that can happen. If you don't have that turned on, you'll never get one. So maybe give that a whirl and just take a look. And hopefully, just did that. Okay, cool. So next time someone gifts some, you may be the fortunate recipient. And again, it's not for us to decide. It's YouTube that hands those out. And I don't know exactly how... they work that, but they figure it out somehow. And welcome to everyone in here. We'll get at things very quickly. First off, first person in today is our wonderful Henry Nelson. Oh wow, Irish Monk gifted another 5 memberships, and Irish Monk did it again. And look at that, Philomena, you were the first one who got one. Chris M. also got one. David West got one. And Dominic FFM. And Cindy Greer. Excellent. Wow. And congratulations to all of you. And thank you very kindly, Irish Monk, for doing that. That was very awesome. So, Philomena, you should now be... a green person, just like the rest of them in here, hopefully. And cookies are shared for all. Thank you, Henry. That is awesome. I wasn't expecting to see that, so that is cool, though. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. And that should make a few people happy. Anyway, let's get on with some information and news stories about volcanoes, and enjoy your live cast. No worries, Dave West, and all cool. Before we say hello to everyone, I want to say hello to the moderators. First off, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary, 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow. And thank you, moderators, and really do appreciate your hard work and everything that you do for the channel, and joining in and keeping everyone chatty and happy and all that nice stuff. So all good, really cool and excellent stuff. And let's carry on with some interesting little tidbits. First, Mona Alfano says hi to everyone as well. The first little interesting thing that Actually, Yona provided us with this little bit of information. Of course, in Iceland, you all know of the volcano that we call Askja, or Askja, in Icelandic, I guess, Askja, to do it a little bit better. But approximately 50 hectares of area around Askja has melted as far as the snow and ice. And this is an interesting thing that is happening. So remember, we had some words from Yvonne Kunkel saying that there was magma intrusions occurring in Iceland, and that could likely be the area that was affected by some of that magma as of late. So that is something interesting, and Yona is going to take a look and see if she can find any more information about the lake in Askja, if it has changed in temperature, and if it too is warming up. Because right now that lake should be frozen over because of the cold temperatures they've had there in the last little while. And it should be starting to melt, actually, this time of year with the warmer temperatures. So that is something to take into consideration. But still, having said that, if it proceeds to go a little bit faster or whatever, it'll be all right. Dr. Fox sent you pics. Piggy sent pics on. She sent me Askja pics. Is this from Askja? Oh, okay. It's all in Icelandic. I can't read a word of it. Okay, we'll see if we can save those pictures, and ask you one. I'm going to save those, and then we'll show those once we get over to our stuff. We'll save them in bacon seeds for right now, because I don't know where else to save them. But we'll see what we can do with those. So that is a tidbit of news there for you, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Ask for there. So we have 4 images that I will show in a little while. We won't get there just yet, but we'll do our thing. Thank you, Piggy. Yes, Dr. Fox Noodle. Thank you, Piggy. You are awesome, and glad that you got those. And we will see. Those are some funny looking bacon seeds. Yeah, they will be funny looking. Yeah, so that, it's a very, very interesting bit of news for sure for us. And of course, we're anticipating that we're going to see an eruption somewhere, and hopefully, even if it's Askja, it still will be nice. I wouldn't mind it. Although Askja, the thing about it is very remote. Okay, so getting a lot of people to go there is it's going to be tough for people to be seeing it. It's not so what we call tourist-friendly area. There are no shops, there are no towns, there are barely 2 roadways that could be snowed over very quickly, and we'll take a look a little bit more at that in a little bit. So that is pretty awesome. Anyway, let's get back to other interesting news. Of course, Kilauea, our Halemaumau crater, is continuing to produce very significant amounts of flow of lava, and that is always something that is of interest. And sometimes we wonder where this lava is going. And I'm wondering if we're going to have a repeat of perhaps what happened with the previous one, where all of a sudden the bottom dropped out of the volcano, and basically it started popping out of the Lahani Estates. And I'm hoping that's not going to be the same scenario. So that would be kind of a nasty thing. Don't want to see anyone in harm's way in that sense. But there is a lot of lava coming into it, and it is not just the vent that you see on screen. Let me get rid of some of the extra stuff on the screen right now here, like the big banner up top. Where is that? I gotta go up here, so we'll get rid of that one. And I'm gonna get my whiteboard working, and we're gonna point at a couple of things here. So of course right now this is our primary event, but what we see on occasion is over here, there's actually a couple of spots there, maybe here and here, that do get activated. And we want to continue to watch that, because it is fascinating to see when it has extra bursts. It seems to come up in these spots over here. So big check mark on those. And that is interesting. And then of course we have additional eruptive area over back beside what we had at the Navigator. That event seems to have reactivated as well, although it doesn't look like it's pushing as much lava out as what we are seeing right here in this guy. So that is pretty cool. This elevation from the base floor here, this is continuing to grow, and that is at least 6 meters in height now. Okay, 6 meters from the floor level on up. So that is interesting. 6 meters equates to about 20 feet. So if we do that, roughly 20 feet, and just so you get an idea of physical size. So when you see those plumes coming out over top of that, you understand how high that's shooting out of there. Sometimes, within 10 meters or that type of height, 30 feet. So that is pretty cool as well to be able to see that. And let's see, what else we got going on. Well, over there, let's take a look. I'm going to actually get rid of the other couple of things on the screen here, that banner up top and this one here, and we'll take a look at the other shots. So this one was from 7:09 this morning. That is what we were seeing. Let's see if we can kind of make that a little bigger. There we go. And of course we had this one from 7:08 a.m. and I think this one helps us understand where the eruptive stuff is. Oh, and where's my I'm trying to draw in the wrong place there. So we are seeing it. There's the primary vent there. This is the old one here beside the Navigator, and then we had a couple more spots in here. But we are still seeing a hot lava in the old lava pond. So that is very interesting. Obviously, there is still activity there. So very cool to see. And yeah, it was a nice shot here to be able to see that. One of the things we do notice, the physical size here is nowhere near as big as what it used to be. It used to be out somewhere in that ballpark range. If we go circle it, kind of, well, something like that. But I think it is still, over that 25 acre zone or area of coverage. So that's still pretty cool. A lot of that lava is ending up in the back here in this area. So what we're doing is, or what it's doing, and that this pond here is basically sitting on kind of a mound, and then the pond, and then it's like that. So what it's doing is infilling that back space, and that's what we're going to see continue to happen. Once that back space gets completely full, we'll see the level rise in here, and then of course we're going to start seeing some lava flow down on this side, and that'll be on into this area. And there's a lot of space in there yet. So that's a huge caldera, and that is something to keep in mind for what we're seeing there. And let's see, and what else we got. Here's the thermal shot, and that was from 7 a.m. And you can definitely see where some of that extra outflow was, and the cooled area here, of course. And you can see the primary event right now being there, as well as over here. So we're getting, sometimes we get 3 or 4, 3 in this area, and then of course the fourth one over here. And again, this definitely looks like it's built up on this end. So we're going to see some more of that lava overflow and drop down on the back side there. So that is pretty cool. Actually, I wanted to go back to this one and just refresh it so we have it on a current one. There it is. A little less showy with not being able to see the lights and stuff, or the sunrise and that. But it does give you a better idea of what's going on the back side, and you can see that it has kind of butted right up to the wall here a little bit, so that downward curve is no longer showing there as much. We can definitely see though that this is still a downhill. This is very low in comparison to what the top of that lava pond area is. So that's that one. Going back to this one, I wanted to refresh that. Before we do that, just looking down at the bottom, we are still seeing some little hot spots here. So we know the underlying lava or slash magma is still under there. And of course, the old primary vent here, or sorry, the old lava pond, the primary vent used to be here. But it looks like it's inflowing from this side now, and that's kind of coming from underneath Pig Island, which is kind of weird and neat. Hey, I see a couple more people popped in. Of course, welcome to Colin and Leo Carlson. Susie is here. I'm going to say hi to everyone in a second, and we'll go through that. I'm just rambling on here because I thought it was neat stuff to talk about right off the bat. And here's a kind of a more recent show, and I'm wondering if we are getting another hot spot right here. So in addition to this one and the primary flow spot, it looks like this is not outflow, this is a very hot spot. So are we getting another vent opening up with more lava flow? And this is very, very cool. So, we've got that, we've got this one, and then of course, we've got this one with its big back block there, and then of course we're seeing fresh lava coming into the old pond, but it's keeping a fairly level in the old pond. So pretty cool to see. And anyway, let's say hi to everyone in the chat. I'm going to put it back on the lava flow, and we'll get the picture of the right size here. Nope, hang on, this one. There we go. So first off, I will say welcome to Mars 2028, and Irish Monk, and Henry Nelson, who got the cookies, and Susie, and did I say Mars 2028? Yeah, I did. Leo Carlson, and Kevin Haynes, and Colin, and let's see, who else we got in here? Scrolling up. So many people chatting. I know Grandma B is here. Welcome. Henry, we got Hermione and Fluffy are here. Sue Hayes is back. Philomena is here. Welcome. Kirsta Chaplin also in. Outdoor Woman, welcome. Outdoors Woman, sorry. Hopefully I got that right. There we go. Tom Dice and Pepper. And let's see, who else we got? Scrolling up here, looking for other names. And I know there was a bunch of other good people that came in. Chris M, welcome. And let's see, who else? We got Colin, we got Sue. Scrolling, looking for more. Dan is here. Welcome, Dan. Mona Alfano, hello and welcome. And Kevin Haynes, welcome. Let's see, who else we got? Mona, we got, okay, still scrolling up here. There's a lot of people in here. And a lot of people chatting, which is absolutely wonderful. Don't mind that. That's what's supposed to happen. Dave West, welcome. Derek Shave also here. Welcome back. And Bill Kimmel, good to have you on board. And still scrolling up, MT Coal Forge, good to have you here. Cindy Greer, I'm not sure if she's here. Dominic FFM also here. And let's see, who else we've got in here? Still scrolling. Mariano Becerra, hola, and welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Hopefully you can get Google Translate to work a little better for you. And let's see, who else we got? James Ouellette, welcome. And Leroy Hildenbrand and Frank McLeod, Jan Arts. Let's see, Gabby, I don't know if I seen Gabby or not, or if he just got the membership. Anyway, Billy Bob Joe also in here. Welcome. No bad jokes from him today, and that's probably good. I'm kidding, Billy. Those bad jokes are so bad they're funny sometimes. I don't know. That's what you get from a comedian, eh? All right, going back down to the bottom. Let's see, did I miss anyone else? Bloxy Man 22 in the house, welcome. And did I miss anyone else here? Just looking real quick. And we had King Colin Deadman here as well. So we've got a couple of Colins. And let's see, did I miss anyone else while I was going upward? No, we got Mars. And we got Tom. Yep, I think Irish Monk we got, of course. And I think we're just about good there with all the names. Anyway, if I did not mention your name, or you happen to be sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, welcome. Glad to have you on board, and definitely nice to be able to have you guys watching the show. So yeah, the interesting news, of course, is the Astja stuff, and that is very, very intriguing. And I really do like that, of course. So we'll see what happens with that in the next couple of days. I did make a time lapse here of Kilauea from this morning, and this was from the wee hours till basically sunrise or thereabouts. So I'm going to play that one now. Judy L is here. Welcome, Judy. I didn't see you there. And I think we had another Judy in here as well, maybe. But glad to have you on board. Anyway, I think it was Judy M I was talking to yesterday, or this morning possibly. Anyway, let's look at the time-lapse video that I got going this morning. And we also have one from Fuego from last night. So we'll show that later, but for right now, this is the time lapse from this morning. Started at 4:14 a.m. It does have some music. I did turn it down a bunch, and hopefully it's down far enough that I can talk right over it. Anyway, we do see the flow rates in there. Very awesome to see that. And there you can see those sporadic extra eruptions, and that, I guess that whiteboard isn't allowing me to do that. Let me try that again. Copy, remove, paste, and see if it will let me. So in these areas along here, and that's what you want to kind of look for. Pretty awesome. And of course in the back here you see this area overflowing and filling every once in a while, and that is also cool. And of course this still looks like a massive conveyor belt of lava going out there, so looking pretty awesome to be able to see that. And then we'll see the color changes and things like that in this as well. For those who want to go see this video on your own with a little bit more time, you can go into the volcano activities playlist. It is posted in there on my channel, and definitely kind of an interesting thing. And you know, I've been trying real hard to get as many videos in there as possible. So far this month I think I've got 12 new videos, and it's the 13th today, so obviously we're pumping out the videos, no pun intended here with the lava. And thanks, Mona Alfano. So pretty cool to be able to see this as things are you know, progressing and moving, and sometimes looking at a time lapse like this gives you a little bit more information as to how things are flowing, rather than watching it kind of mundanely flow along there. And I think it kind of helps, at least for me. You can see how things are progressing very, very quickly. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And oh, mummy of hamsters, oh my god, I miss talking with you all. I've been lurking for weeks. Uncle Doc is always on my screen during showtime. Excellent, oh mummy of hamsters. And glad that you're back in the chat here. I know you're probably busy doing things, so anyway, yeah, looking at the video, of course you see the color change as the daylight starts to hit, and there you go. That was what I had produced. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning, and I thought it was kind of neat to be able to see that. So of course, if we go to our live view right now, and we'll kick it over to a live, you can see what it is like right now. And the reason I want to bring it live is because you do see, oh, hey, where's my mouse or hamster? My hamster, there we go. We can see the lava splashing up fairly high at times. And we also see these extra areas here throwing lava up as well. So definitely some action happening there. And this wall, as I mentioned before, that's 6+ meters now. So that lava, when you're seeing it splash up there, that's coming up at least, you know, just about 30 feet. So that is a long shot out of that hole. And we are starting to see some ridges build up on the side of the conveyor area here. So it is indeed cutting channels within the old lava flows. And of course, those will get inundated. There's another spot here which is blooming, if you will. And that is kind of a neat again. So I'm going to the Lurkers Lounge. Okay, Hermione and Fluffy, I guess, too. And pretty awesome to see this stuff, you guys. So I like it. It's very, very interesting. Lava is still moving nicely at regular speed. Yep, it's certainly not changing as far as volume. Every once in a while you see it surging with a little bit extra when we see those extra plumes pop up in these areas here. And you can, you'll see the extra push into the back corner here, and of course then the faster speed down the corridor. Of course, and when we look at it in the time lapse, it looks a lot faster because, hey, we're throwing in a bunch that are doing their thing. Games, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board, and nice to have everyone here. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. We are getting fairly close to break time. What we'll do is after the break, we will go over to Iceland. I'm going to try to load up those 4 images that Piggy sent of course, of Astia and in Iceland, where the snow area is melting, and some 50 hectares worth. Sharon Stewart, welcome, and the time lapse was great. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. There we see some bigger chunks of lava taken off. A little island, and when you look at it from here, you think that's just a little piece. That is a couple of meters across, probably 6-7 feet in diameter, as it goes around the corner and starts floating away. So yeah, lava islands are pretty awesome. 2 pineapples saw a big rock fall into the flow last night. Thanks, Mars. And Lizoid said 6 hours and 10 minutes ago there was a big collapse of half of the crater vent. Over to the other wall. When you say the other wall, left, right, or you're talking about this particular event here. Whoops, this. Oh, I'm clicking on things. This thing here, Lizoid, is this what you're talking about in here, or was it somewhere else within that crater? I'm just wondering. Okay, so you said 6 hours and how many minutes ago? 6 hours and 10 minutes ago. Let's see if we can go back to that and take a look. We'll take a quick peek. Yeah, because earlier it was much higher, and that is what we were seeing there. I'm just going to advance this very slowly here. Actually, let's see if we can find it a little quicker. Oh yeah, I see the difference already right there. So let's just watch this before the break, and I'm advancing it at 5 seconds at a time to see if we can spot it dropping in, and we'll then take the break. So oh yeah, there it goes. So let's watch that real quick, and that is pretty awesome. There you go. Good eye there, Mr. Lizoid. So let's watch that again. Yep, definitely a big chunk. That was some big, awesome chunk. The piece 2 pineapples I saw fall in was a part of the mound behind the vent. Okay, well, this one is the mound behind the vent that we are watching now, and that is pretty cool. So yep, that is something that might be worthwhile saving to just keep. But all right, it is break time for me, so I'm going to put you back on live here, and that's why the view has changed a little bit, but it's rebuilt itself pretty quick, so that is kind of awesome, and it keeps on changing. Anyway, let's leave it on here. This is live from Helemaumau crater there at Kilauea in Hawaii, the big island of Hawaii. And I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go for a break. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That would be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you are feeling that we've earned that subscription. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take that break. Don't go away. Back in 5 or 6 or so minutes. And awesome. Thanks. And there we go. I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it's still kind of sort of sleeting or snowing or doing something weird and very windy. And glad to have you all on board. Let's see, I see a couple more people popped in. Sarah Miles, it's lava o'clock. You should be on time. Just kidding. Glad that you made it, and that's all good, Sarah Miles. And Matt Jen Bensler also here. Welcome, you guys. And thank you for the welcome backs from, let's see, Sue and Leo and Kevin and Oh Mummy of Hamsters and Hermione and Fluffy. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart, and thanks Philomena, and Kananaskis Country is here as well. Welcome, good to have you on board. Anyway, let's, as I mentioned, we wanted to pop over to Iceland next, so let's do that. We will take a peek and see what we can find there. Snow coming here tonight. Yeah, Sarah, we got a snow supposed to come tonight here as well, so that is what it is. Anyway, there is what the wonderful city of Reykjavik is looking like right now, and at least it doesn't look like it's snowing or raining or anything. It looks a little hazy, but not so bad, and that is probably good for them. They need a little bit of a break. They've been getting some rough weather during the day here. And speaking of rough weather, it was raining this morning there. If we go back to about 10 a.m., sorry, about 10 hours back, not 10 a.m., that would be about, 14:47 their time. We can see that it wasn't all that pretty as far as what's going on there. It was raining at the time, and you can definitely see all our snow was melted out of the areas here. Yesterday we did see that they had 9 degrees Celsius or thereabouts, so that was pretty good, and a lot of that snow around the Perlin Center there definitely has melted, and in many places it's melted. Unfortunately, with melting situations comes, mucky weather. Even on the mountains in the backdrop here, a lot of that snow has disappeared. And I don't know, it's going to get nicer there now, I think. Spring has got to be coming sometime along the way. Anyway, let's kind of take one more peek there. That is at 6:26 p.m. their time. That didn't look too bad. And did want to note, 6:26 p.m. we still have some visible light. So the days are getting longer in Iceland again. That is really nice to see. Let's go over to our next view. Of course, that is of the regional airport there. And if we go back about that 10-hour mark as well, you can kind of see it definitely was raining. We do still have a little bit of snow in the woods there, but I'm sure that's going to melt as well. And looks like everything else is starting to really disappear snow-wise, at least in the capital city and around the airport. So pretty awesome to see that. We'll likely see some more wonderful rainbows, and here was where the sun was starting to set, and I don't know if we got a good sunset or not. I think the clouds moved in just as we were seeing it. The great ball of fire there, so pretty awesome. And Scott Hartman renewed the membership there. Excellent. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that. And did that Wonky Donkey show up? Wonky Donkey, you used the wrong pipe at Iceland when you pumped that lava in there. Apparently Astja is melting. You were supposed to use the one that said Fregardafjall, not Astja. Oh boy, maybe they're mislabeled, but that's okay. It's all good. I like picking on Wonky Donkey. He's a good guy. Trev, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, so that was what the view was like there this evening as the sun was going down. And let's go over to the other one. And of course, you can't see a darn thing over there right now. Let's go back about, I don't know, 11 hours or something, and take a look. This is supposed to be a view of Katla, but it's raining. It's got to be duck season there or something. Let's see if I can find a spot where it actually cleared up a little bit so we can even see in the background there. No, I don't think it's going to happen. It got worse than rather than better. So one of the things about Iceland being where it's located, the clouds come in very, very low. So it is what it is. And we're all good with that. Iceland has a lava plumbing. Woo! Yes, Sharon Stewart. You didn't know that? It's over there in Grindavik. Just right at the shoreline there where the big tankers dock. And yeah, there's some pipes in there that they are supposed to connect up to. And that was that big lava tanker that we had over there. And it's okay. They're probably mislabeled. But anyway, that is what we were seeing. I'm going to leave that on there just for right now. But let's take a look at these photos, and we'll start out with this one first. There are actually two shots together, and the top one, you can definitely see Asja, the lake, and it is, let's see, is my whiteboard working on this? Let's push that to the top and see if I can make my crayons work. So the outline of Asja Lake is right in here, kind of like that. Okay, and then of course you start to see right in this spot here some melting, right? And that is pretty cool. We'll get rid of that, and let's look at that next shot. And I don't know if these shots were consecutive. I'm going to bring the other photo up here. There we go. So yeah, that kind of shows you what's going on there. And I had asked Yona about the temperature increase. Now that I see what's going on, the lake obviously had to have a temperature increase, otherwise it would not have done this, since this is right in the lake that this is happening. And very, very interesting. So it looks like, yeah, 125 for the top left, 208 for the top right, and then 210 for the, oh, those are the dates. So, yeah, those are the dates on there, not the times. But yeah, that looks pretty interesting to see. So we've had some progressive warming happening there over the last few weeks, I guess, or days or weeks, from the 25th of January on into February. And of course you can see that. So this one was on the 25th and of January, and then this was on the 8th of February, 10th of February, and this is the 11th of February. Satellite images or flyovers, whichever they are, but definitely you can see, you know, here is where it was frozen up, and then over here you can start to see the big puddles starting to appear. So we are getting some temperature increase within Asja, and I thought it was a little bit more progressive than that, but it's still fine. That's a pretty good indicator, though, that this isn't just normal melting, because as of late it's been very, very cold out there, and I'm surprised that it happened. Hey, look at that. Scott Hartman gifted 5 memberships, and you guys are awesome. And let's see, Scott, and I'm gonna write that down. Heart, and thank you for gifting the 5-pack of memberships. C&D Boy was one of the ones. Sharon P got one. Kev got one. Jason Slater, and I think there's one more up for grabs. So make sure that when you see those banners come up, that you scroll up to the banner, click on it, and turn on the accept the gift membership. And wow, Scott Hartman again with a wonderful super chat. Thank you very kindly, Scott. And I really do appreciate that. That is an awesome super chat, and thank you very kindly for that support. And that is very kind, and definitely helps out. You're amazing. Cool. I like being amazing. Anyway, that is very, very good, and yeah, I do appreciate that, Scott. It's definitely useful, and definitely helps out. So, and okay, you got what? I got the great mods time for me trying to sleep. All right, Arizona Snowman and C&D Boy, Piggy is going to go snooze. So Piggy, please get some rest and do what you need to there, and have a wonderful night of sawing logs. Hopefully that little other one won't bother you. I won't mention that little one's name, otherwise it might wake up. So a good night, Piggy, and take care, and lovely dreams. All right, let's put that back on live. Going to cut that back down to a size here with the other shots, so we get save that horsepower. We'll get over to the harmonic tremor chart real quick, and we will carry on with that. I'm going to refresh it. It's pretty close to up to date, but not quite. And there we go. And as we can see, our Fragile Fjeld harmonic tremor chart is still, it rebounded quite a bit today, and got back up there. So definitely still up as a contender for the supposed magma intrusions that we've had there. And that is also something that is really interesting, and I hope, you know, that we are going to see some kind of an eruption. I do hope also that it is actually in Fragile Fjeld rather than one of the other areas, because we know if it does erupt there, that it is away from most people, and you know, little harm or anything will come to anyone in that sense. Anyway, I'm scrolling down. I'm going to take a quick look at the Grimsey chart. Grimsey, of course, the northernmost point there in Iceland, on its own little island. We see it has gone quiet as far as most of the seismic activity. So let's take a look at Grindavik. And Grindavik, of course, being a little closer, it's southwest of Fragile Fjeld, and we see it has got back up to that same base point and holding steady right now. So hopefully we'll see something more and wonderful come out of that. Let's take a look at the Kristoffer one, and we'll get up there real quick and see how that one is doing. And there is a Kristoffer, and it too is holding pretty steady. So that would be a pretty good indicator to us that what we are seeing in all likelihood is a tectonic in activity. Thank you for the 2-minute warning, Hermione. And that looks pretty cool. And yeah, I'm going to scroll that back to our wonderful Fragile Fjeld, because we like looking at that. Actually, maybe I'm going to just go right past it, and we'll see if we can see anything at Astja. Would be a nice Astja. There's the Astja chart. Wow, look at Astja. That is just incredible with the ups and downs. And yeah, that is going to make us wonder, are we going to see something there at Astja instead? very cool. All right, back to leaving it on my Fragile Fjeld, and since that is the area that I love the most because I was there. All right, when we come back, we're going to take a look at these 18 earthquakes that we've had there in the last 24 hours. But I'm going to put you back onto our wonderful lava. Actually, when we come back, we're going to look at bacon seeds. So that is next on our agenda. Hi, Dr. Fox. I've just been talking to the lava workers. They were working in miles, but the Icelandic map is in kilometers. You just can't get the staff these days. Wonky donkey, that could be what's going on there. Dr. Fox, IMO reduced the code from amber to a green at Astja. Oh boy, so Astja is actually downgraded. Thank you, Irish Monk, for letting me know that. And that's interesting. That is really interesting. So maybe we will see something happening in our Fragile Fjeld area. Keeping fingers crossed, but thank you, Irish Monk, for that little tidbit, and really do appreciate it. So I'm reduced to green from an amber on Astja, so we will not see that happening. Okay, anyway, I'm going to go take a break, so you good people that are here, I'm going to back this up because I know we like looking at lava that's a little bit more colorful and better flow, stuff like this. So we'll leave that on here for right now. That is at 5:55 a.m. and that looks pretty good. And on that friendly note, my phone's ringing. Okay, I'm gonna go for a break. Don't go away. Thanks. I am back. Welcome back, everyone. And sorry for the delay. One fish. Yeah, the holes don't have any calories. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Hermione and Fluffy and Philomena and Old Mummy of Hamsters and Kevin Haynes and Scott Hartman and Kananaska's Country and a Dr. Fox from One Fish 26 and thanks Trev and glad to be here. Yep, that phone call was kind of somebody looking to hire people and they're giving me a call, so that would be pretty awesome. Another opportunity, perhaps. So, no problem. I hear you, Dr. Fox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And, okay, so, yeah, I'm glad that this is sitting at the point where it is right now on our lovely lava. You can definitely see in here we had the extra uptick in lava activity and output, as well as over there and the primary event area. And you do see some of that hot lava there where that thing cracked. So pretty awesome. And that is all right. Anyway, it is a time to do bacon seeds. Yep, 3 fountains now. Yep, it was a pretty awesome and that's what they were referring to in their report earlier about 3 fountains. So let's get over, and I hope I've got my bacon seeds all lined up. We'll get there in a second. I just want to make sure I have them done correctly here. Otherwise, I'm going to mess up, and yeah, I would have messed up. Okay, fixing this up right now. And then we will get into bacon seeds. So going back to what I've got going, and of course we really do appreciate Piggy sending our wonderful bacon seeds every day, and she does such a fantastic job. Anyway, that is the last one we had yesterday. The little guys are there, very young little bacon seeds. And of course, Piggy sent us some more today, and yeah, they were nice looking. Hey, Judy M is here. So we had Judy L and Judy M. Okay, let's go take a look at what Piggy sent us today. And of course, this is the first one. In a world where you could be anything, be kind. And that is wonderful. That is a very, very good, kind words. And remember that. In a world where you could be anything, be kind. And very cool. And thank you, Piggy, for that one. I do like it. Let's carry on and take a look at some of these other little guys. This one is cuddled up in his green blanket. And he's a chocolate-colored Piggy, and he's just peeking out and smiling at the world, and that is a pretty good. Next to Judy N, then Judy O. Oh, okay, One Fish 26. No, that's not beheaded. He's cuddling in a blanket. Oh. It's like those ones in the basket yesterday that we looked at. That was kind of neat too. They were actually behind the basket. Anyway, next bacon seed is this little guy. And he, again, looks pretty cute. He's got a green blanket too. I don't know if that's the theme today, but so far they're all kind of black and whitish. But with the exception of the brown one. I know, makes no sense. It's okay. Like this little guy, he's smiley too. Wonderful. Next bacon seed is this one, and he's spotted, and he's a little wee one. So obviously a little, I don't know, is that a Dalmatian seed? Dalmatian piggy seed. and that is awesome. Let's get to our next one. In the corner, yeah, there's another one in the corner, and behind him as well. We can see a set of ears back there, and he's taking up the hind portion. Anyway, you get your cake and you get to eat it too. So that is pretty awesome. That is a nice one. I think we might have seen him once before, but that's okay. We do like that. Different colors and pretty cool looking. And let's see what we've got. The next one is this one here. And it says boom and bacon bits, mini pigs, or boo. Boo! Not boom. Boo! What? I can see a better boo. Alright, boo. Yeah, I thought it was a boom. I just glanced up at it. I didn't even look at the whole thing. Oh, my bad. I'm kind of thinking about the call I just got, so I'm pretty good. And the next one is this one, and he's looking at you from a sidewalk out there. He looks like he might need a hogwash, but that is pretty awesome. And we have one last bacon seed. And here we go, and let's see what the last one looks like today. And that is this guy, and he's definitely smiling at you, and he's looking right at the camera. Gotta love it, you guys. So that is pretty awesome, and we love it. And we will go over and have a look at some stuff here pretty shortly. 4 minutes to the break time. Okay, we'll see. Jan Arts just mentioned Sakurajima. Let's take a look for a second at Sakurajima and see if there is anything major going on there. Oh, yeah. So before we go for the break, let's, instead of going over to anything else, we will just have a quick peek at Sakurajima. Let me back that up just a little bit more. I did back that up a little bit. Let's just back it up to the point where this eruption started, and we'll take a look at it. And of course, this just popped out, so that is pretty awesome. Actually, we can possibly look at the close-up cam. We'll back that up just a little bit here, and see if we can see what's going on. Close-up cam. Well, it looks like it when the steam was coming off in a certain direction, and then we had a bigger blast. Yep, right about here. So let's do that. We'll advance this just a little bit, and there you can see it starting to plume out, and it will go right away there. Yeah, you can start to see some of that push, but there we go. That's what I was looking for. And you can definitely see Sakurajima is doing its thing. And that, of course, is in Japan, 9:44 a.m. And that is what happened just a few moments ago. So, well, about 45 minutes ago. And that is pretty cool. And welcome, Jan Arts. I'm falling asleep. Thanks, DrFox2000. And yeah, that is a pretty nasty ash cloud, and definitely billowing up. So it is active and doing its thing. I'm just wondering though if there was another push on that ash cloud, or if it was just blowing that general direction previously. Well, it's been going for a while, so yeah, it's been coming in that same direction. But that is a pretty massively awesome cloud that is coming out of there. And a lot of tephra and other material, very heavy ash. Greetings from Holland. Thanks, Jan. And we'll let this one go as well here and just take a look at how large that plume actually did get. Looks like it's very, very windy there, so that is one of those things. There you can see more of it coming out. Yep, big blasts, so a lot of stuff happening, and looks pretty awesome right now. All right. Now, I don't know if that was just a temporary blast or if it's going to keep going here. We'll see what it looks like down the road. And of course, we can probably see that, yeah, that's heading right for the other camera, unfortunately. So it's hard to tell exactly what's going on, but we see it here from this shot a little bit more on a side angle. Let's put that back right to live so we can see what it looks like right now. And that is live, and that is continuing to do its thing. So yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick break here, you guys. So I'm gonna put you, I don't know, should I leave you here or should I, that was a pretty nasty plume coming out of there. Unfortunately, the rest was little harder to see. I think I'll put you back to Hawaii for right now, and I will keep an eye on this. Gonna put that back on live. Yeah, that's gonna be hard to see anything, but I'll leave it on this one. We'll continue on with our stream, and of course the next one we want to take a look at, of course, will be in not Astia, we'll be in the Azores. And then from the Azores, we'll go over to our wonderful Central America and South America. We'll see how things go. Hermian, yeah, if you're going to go to sleep, I bid you a very good night, and take it easy and sleep well and have pleasant dreams, okay, Hermian, if you're going. And we'll see you tomorrow. Be good. And stay smiling and happy. All right, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Don't go away, and we'll get back there in a little bit. So we'll put you back over here and let you look at the lava. I'll be back. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button, please do consider subscribing, and that would be great. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. microphone is back on, and wow. Yep, I'm a little frazzled with everything going on here. I got another phone call, but that wasn't a work one. So, it gets, never rains but it pours, that kind of thing. So, thank you for the welcome backs from Scott Hartman and Sue and Kevin. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. And Sarah Miles going nice. Yes, thank you. And all good. Anyway, yes, Kevin, you're right. We needed to go do that, the Icelandic earthquakes. And remember I said there was 18? Well, there's now 26. So let's have a quick look and see what the heck is going on. There was nothing down here in the Reykjanes Peninsula. And thanks, by the way, for the welcome back there, OneFish26 and Kevin, Kananaska's country. So nothing down here on the bottom, and that is okay. And let's take a look here what we've got on these ones. 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down from 11 a.m. their time. And let's see, we got up here towards, and that'd be Hekla. But I don't think there's much going on there. 1503 was the time on this, magnitude 1.92, and that was 1.3 kilometers down. Then over at Katla, we had this 0.9, 4.5 kilometers down from 8:20 a.m. And moving over a little bit more, we do have a couple of other ones here, and I'm wondering if, I was going to say, is that ice flow? But no, not at 15.4 kilometers down. That is 0.65 from 5:45 this morning. The other one is from 5:20, and it was a magnitude 1.1. And that could be ice flow or something shaking loose. That is 135 meters down. Possibly some ice movement. Nothing over here at Grimsvatn, but that GPS that Irish monk lost, it's still over here at Bardabunga, and that is doing its thing. It's 6 kilometers down and showing a magnitude of 0 and 2255. So hopefully you'll be able to retrieve that one day there, Irish monk. And looking over at Astja real quick, we've got a 1.31, 3.5 kilometers down from 9:28 a.m. So Astja melting, that is always awesome. And over here at the Herdebrag, we do have a bunch of different ones. And we'll take a look at the one that's right underneath the mountain, and that's a 0.65, 15.1 kilometers down from 2:07 this morning. Then let's go with this 0.9, it was at 2114, 0.9 in magnitude and 4.3 kilometers down. The next one is from 1651, magnitude 1.3 and 5.2 kilometers down. No, I want this one next. 1.4, 1.4 kilometers down, and that was at 9:41. And then we've got a 1.1, 2.4 kilometers down from 1822. And we've got this one from 45 minutes after midnight on the 14th. So that's a very new quake. 0.2 and 1.6 kilometers down. We also have this one, a 0.7, 1.3 kilometers down from 1822. Now let's see what the kerfuffle is up in the top end here. I'm hiding it so you guys can't see what's going on yet. 10:09 a.m. we had a 1.87, and that was 965 meters down, not quite a full kilometer. And let's see, we have a brand new one here. It's a 1 in magnitude, 1.1 kilometers down from, this is again a brand new, 1:37 is the time on that guy, at 1.1 kilometers down. And then we've got a 1.23, and we're getting to the latest ones up top there. This one was from 14.4 kilometers down from 1336. And then we've got another, a very new one from 14 minutes after 1 a.m. on the 14th, so their future time. and 1.9 in magnitude, 11.1 kilometers down. Then we also have a 1.7, 13.8 kilometers down, 21:04 was the time on it. Then we've got a 2.6, 9.6 kilometers down, also a brand new one from 1:32, and that is pretty awesome. There's one more hiding underneath it, and let's, whoop, that didn't work. It's a 2.2 right there as well, from a 1:32 as well, and that's a 2.2, only 6 kilometers down. Now we're getting up here, another a brand new one from 1:14, and that is a 2.5, 24.7 kilometers down. Definitely telling you something is moving, the plates. And this is another one, 2.4, 1.3 kilometers down at 1:12 this fine morning. There's another one right underneath it there. Or is it 2.4s? 2.4? Let's see. No, 2.1 is the other one. So 5.9 kilometers down for that one, 58 minutes after midnight. The other one was from 12 minutes after 1. So that happened afterwards. And zooming back out a little bit, we've got this, a 2.1, 5.2 kilometers down, brand new as well, from 1:38 this morning there. So very, very interesting. And here comes the big one. And we have a, what is it? It's 3.23, 8.1 kilometers down, came in at 1:16 just a while ago. So lots and lots of new traffic all of a sudden, and that is up in the very top end of Iceland, and that is interesting. And we have a brand new 2.0 while we're doing all these. That came in at about 4 minutes ago, and that is 1:43 a.m. there in Iceland, 2.0, and that is 12.8 kilometers down. So there we go, and that kind of gets you where we're at, and that's what we've got going on there. Hopefully that is self-explaining. And of course, if we turn on the plate boundary lines, you can see where those are. Oh, we just got another quake in, a 3.51, a brand new, and that was from 1:31 a.m. a 3.51, 5.5, or just about 5.6 kilometers down for him. So lots of activity all of a sudden. Is somebody jumping up and down doing that or something? Irish Monk, you're not over there, are you? Dropping bombs into the ocean? But I don't know. That's pretty interesting. All of a sudden, we've got some larger quakes showing up there again. Is this another brand new one here? 2 point... the dot. Which one is the dot? I think we might have looked at him, but he's right there. Anyway, that is pretty cool. So definitely nice to be able to see that. The earth is ringing after the Turkey quakes. That is possible. And speaking of Turkey quakes, unfortunately the death toll has risen to 36,000 plus. And that is a large number for 36,000, or more than 36,000 people having perished in those quakes. I did read articles today and take it all with a grain of salt, but apparently 31 contractors have been arrested for shoddy workmanship with buildings that have collapsed. And there's also looters have been arrested for looting these sites and things like this. So all kinds of bad stuff going on over there. And yeah, I guess it happens. So I don't know what to say about it, but hey, hopefully the world will become a better place, and just politics. Yeah. I agree there, Irish monk, and it is one of those things. Anyway, we are going to take a look at our wonderful Azores and see what's going on there. Let me get over to the Azores. We'll take a quick peek. Of course, we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese, if I said it right, Irish monk. Anyway, we do see the harbor lights down here, and the village, or one of the villages there, and you can see the lights of Pico Island across the strait. It's about 18 kilometers of water between the two islands right there, and that is pretty awesome. And typically that looks like, let's see if we can show it, that looks like this during the day, but that is not from today. It was kind of not a bad day there. I mean, it wasn't, the ocean wasn't that rough, but from what I've seen, but they didn't have that great of weather. And we'll go over to the next one. Of course, this is the cove shot I'll usually take a look at. Unfortunately, we're getting here late, so we our carriage has turned into a pumpkin already. We don't get to see it, but their camera turns off at 23:59. I don't know why, but it does, so we can't see how much white water is splashing up here on the shore. That typically looks like this during the day, but not today. Okay, just so you have it. Anyway, let's leave that there. Let's go over to the other shot here and take a look at the maps. And looking at it at the 13th, we do have one quake on the island of São Jorge, or very close to it. It's a 1.5 in magnitude, happened at 4:19 a.m. on the 13th, of course. So that is what we're seeing there. If we go over to the other map, going to refresh that one really quick, and we'll carry on with it. Where is the map? There it is. Let's get rid of some of the commercials, make this bigger and bigger. And looking on the map, I see one quake 22 hours ago, 1.5, and that is it. And with our quakes for the Azores, we don't see anything else on any of the other ones, or on the East Azores fault, which is that squiggly line going across there, if you can see that. And looking at the list, yep, that's exactly what we've got. So only the one quake there. She looks mean with those. What is that? Toenail clippers for seniors. Oh my God, you could take off a toe with that. Careful. Anyway. Irish monk, do you use one of those? Anyway, let's continue on. What calamine lotion is good for your Azores, Dr. Fox? Okay, I will have to work on that. Let's get over to our next ones, and of course, Popocatépetl buffering. And why is that? Let's take a look and make sure we are set correctly there. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that either. Anyway, we do know that it is lit up. We do know that we had some pops coming out of it, and that's what we were seeing. So 1927 is the time on this one, and as I advance it there, you can see the pluming coming out, and of course lots of light from the lava inside that crater. And if we go back in time, it had a few other little puffs, nothing too serious. This was at 7:06 p.m. their time. Didn't see any lava popping out. Not sure what this is, definitely not lava though, but those were there a little earlier as well. If we go back here, you can see that from 1823, and I think something shiny and reflective. Maybe there's gold up there. I would like gold. Can she? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure they're not for cutting pies. Anyway, let's back up a little bit, and it's hard to tell. They did have cloud in there. And let's see, yeah, it's hard to tell if there's cloud or if that's actually off-gassing from a Popocatépetl. This, though, does look like it is pluming out of there. This stream or plume, at least from what I'm seeing. I have no idea. Anyway, some of those clouds make it hard to see what we've actually got going on. And here's another one from just after 12 p.m. Pardon me, their time. We do see that flying out of there. That looks pretty cool. And let's see what we got right there. Another one from 11:16, and multiples all during the course of the day. This one is from 9:37 a.m. And again, you know, not very large eruptions, a lot of smoke, but that's about it. And this one, I do believe, was a little bit dirtier. This is in our golden times when things were happening, 6:30 a.m. And again, not anything really major popping out. So that is what we had happening there at Popocatépetl. If we go back a little bit more in earlier in time, we do see some more looks like well-lit ash plumes from the lava. We do know there's definitely lava in there, so that's what's lighting up the clouds here. And that did go on for a little while, and there was kind of a multiple sustained eruption for a little while as far as ash and that kind of thing. Let's go back here. Let's see if this one actually had some lava. There's one more here that we want to look at. This was from about 4:25 is what I wrote down. Might be off a minute, but there it is. Coming up and out, and I think we do see some lava coming there. Or is that just lit up ash cloud? We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think it's just lit up from the lava within. And that is pretty cool. We'll advance it 5 seconds at a time here to expedite it. And that is kind of neat. And of course we've got the moonlight lighting up the clouds, and that is pretty awesome. And a little extra, a plume of ash. And that is about it for this one. And it was lit up during the night for a few times, you know, even when we go back to about 3 a.m. you see it again. So we know there is definitely hot lava in there that is active. This one is 2:18 a.m. So that is kind of what we got. Going to put that one back on live. Popping over to Fuego. That was Popocatépetl, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. This is Fuego in Guatemala, and that is live from right now. And that is what Fuego is doing. So now I did have a video of what it was doing last night. It's pretty much the same thing as what we're seeing right now. So I will load that up during yeah, Fuego's angry. I will load that up, and we'll see. Actually, yeah, it wasn't a long video, so I can probably get it loaded pretty. Oh, hang on, is this? No, that's the older one. Okay, I forgot to delete the older one. Let's remove that one. Come on, remove. There, got it out of there, and we'll get the other one loaded during the break. So that'll be cool. Wonky donkey, and good night. You take care, Trev, and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. And be good, be kind, and keep smiling, and don't kick anyone, and we'll be all good. Anyway, that was what we were seeing there. If we go back a little bit, there was another very, very nice one here, and I will show that just before the break. And let's back that up. Let's let it go through. Unfortunately, it's windy up there because this thing is 12,264 feet in height, And of course, the camera that's viewing it is at about 10,000 feet on the neighboring mountain. So the wind levels are very high up there. And that was a pretty awesome blast. Mona Alfano says, good night and thanks, Dr. Fox and mods. Good night, Mona. You take care, and all the best to you as well. Lovely dreams, and hopefully they're not going to shake like the camera is. Anyway, that is pretty much it. So I'm going to go take a break, and we will put you back over to Hawaii for right now. So you can continue to watch that lovely lava. And on that friendly note, I am going to do my thing. And let's see what we've got. I got an email here I'm going to have to take a look at. But let's put you back to the lovely lava. And that was from early this morning at 6:55, almost 7 a.m. And that is pretty cool. Okay, so we'll check out that video for Fuego after the break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. It really helps us out, especially with the YouTube analytics. Also, for those who are sitting on the sidelines, if you have not yet subscribe to it, if you're just watching it, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes or thereabouts. Don't go away. Thanks. And here comes some music. Maybe. Good music. There. How about that? That works. I'll be back. And there we go. I got that microphone back on, and I see, yeah, our wonky donkey went and took off, and I went to bed. And I guess that leaves us with all the other good people. Thank you, Mars 2028, for the welcome back, and good night, all. Stay safe. Early start tomorrow. Okay. Oh, you had an early start today. Either or. Good night, Tom. Be good and sleep well. All the best to you. Thank you, Kananaskis Country, for the welcome back, as well as Michael Olson. Appreciate that. And let's see, where is, there's Sue Hayes. I'm waiting for the Sharon Stewart to go, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. She'll do that right away. And all good. So anyway, be good and take care there, Tom. And good night, Pepper, as well. That's all good. Okay, so let's get back over to where we are here. And we wanted to do Fuego. Fuego from last night. This is actually still from this evening. And I just kind of paused it there while I was looking. I thought this one was kind of nice with the sunset clouds and stuff. Looking pretty awesome, and a little bit of a puff there, but not anything super good. As soon as we go back a little bit further, we've got those horrible clouds, and I thought that was kind of an upwelling of moisture, if you want to call it that. There it is, Sharon Stewart. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I was dusting. Oh boy, dusting is. Look at all the dust on the screen. You missed a bunch. It's all over the place. I can see that. You were really raising a storm of dust. Too funny. And I hope you're live and not lagging a little bit. Because otherwise this won't be funny if you're hearing it. Anyway, that was the clouds, and that is all good. So it's windy here. Had a ton, a tone down the lint. Okay, no worries. Anyway, very poor conditions for the most part during the day till we get back a bunch of hours here. And 10:47 a.m. it looked a little better, but we didn't have that many eruptions going on. We do see some popping out of there, and of course fairly heavy in ash and so on. But it doesn't get us back to anything super big. I think we had one here that was not so bad. That was at 8:44 I wrote down. And there we can see that pluming out. Of course, the thing about Fuego, it is a lot more ferocious as far as when it comes out, a little more explosive. And that is always kind of neat to see in comparison to Popocatépetl and some of the other ones. It really does blast out of there when it does happen. So seeing some of those plumes is very cool. And speaking of those plumes, let's see, there's one more here that was kind of neat. There we go, not too bad. And let's take a look at that video from last night. That gives you a little more idea of what some of the explosive eruptions were. And there you go. Here's the first one. And this was just after the clouds had kind of dissipated. And I was able to catch that one. Quite a bit of lava coming down the side of the hills. And of course the clouds were still kind of trying to blank us out here. But it gets a little bit better. I did load the one without the music on it so we could talk a little bit anyway and describe the scenes. As you can see, that one was a multiple shot eruption where it kind of had 2 or 3 bursts of that lava coming out, and it was pretty awesome to see that. And let's see, this is set to 4 times the regular speed, so it's not going that quickly, but these are in 2-minute segments, so it's not so bad. There was another one, of course, and more lava rolling down the hill, and I wish this was in color. I really do. You know, it is one of those things. At nighttime, we'd be able to see that red glowing lava rolling down the hills. Would be really awesome. And let's see, there's more coming here. Another one. Some of them weren't as big as others. What is interesting about this, though, it is shooting out in different directions. Swifter. Swifter is swifter at getting rid of the dusty stuff. Yeah, we don't have to worry about dust so much here in, at least for 6 months of the year. And did you know most of the dust in your home, though, is from you or your skin cells? You probably didn't know that, did you? So if you're dusting in a house, regular dusting, that is you. And that's not other people. Anyway, that was one of those sustained shots there, where you can see it kind of glowing and pulsing. And Sue Hayes says, I knew that. And that is one of those things. And here's another blast. So, yeah, those were pretty awesome to see from last night. And of course, I did have that video, and that was it. So, pretty awesome. And of course, let's take that back there. I'm going to set this back to live, and we'll see if there's anything new and blasty coming out right at this moment. If it does get back to live. There it is. Well, the candle is lit, but we're not seeing much coming out. Let's go to our next volcano, and of course this one I was able to capture kind of the sunshine getting into the caldera there at Masaya volcano in Nicaragua, and that was kind of nice to be able to catch that. You can see the depth of that caldera, very, very deep. And you wouldn't want to fall in there. That's a long way down. So that is pretty good. Goat dust comes in pebbles. I have never owned a goat, so I don't know. Maybe Irish monk. What? I have a goat dust. Yeah. That can be. I don't know if they have dandruff or what. But that's what it looks like kind of during the day when we can almost see the bottom of the caldera. Let's refresh that, see what the picture looks like right now. There's the lovely glow down below, and you can see where that lava is in comparison to that shot. The next one on our list, of course, is the report from Cotopaxi in Ecuador. Eruption and ash emission continues, and if we click on that, you can see a nice shot of those ash plumes coming out of there, and that is pretty awesome. And it says continuing ash emissions from Cotopaxi volcano yesterday, and that was what we've got there. And not sure which this one is, but that is a neat looking shot. I like that. Next one is, of course, this one. It doesn't say what volcano that is. Again, I wish they would let us know. Cano del Lago is the one. Des Cano del Lago. I'm not sure where that actually is, but that is pretty awesome looking as well. And let's see, oh, that one is missing. Back to the other one. So let's leave that guy be. Far less than the factory down the road. Okay. Next volcanoes that we want to look at, I just want to do some housekeeping here for a second and reduce the stuff on here so we don't burn so much horsepower. And let's see, we are at that one. It should be right there, and we'll make that one bigger. Of course it's buffering, but we're not able to see much anyway. They have lots of rainstorms happening there in this, well, this is Merapi, and that is on the island of Java in Indonesia. And we're not seeing a heck of a lot because of the cloud factor messing us up. And going back a little bit more, we don't see a heck of a lot there either. Let's see if that'll come back to a life. Maybe not. It doesn't love us today. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that one. The rest of what I'm seeing here is pretty much all cloud. So this is kind of the view that we had all night long there from them. So we'll leave that be. We'll go over to our next one that is on my list. How come I'm getting buffering on everybody? Something weird going on, or am I losing signal here? My internet is not so good today. Yep, buffering for everything. There we go. Yep, all of a sudden, looks like my bitrate out is alright, but my receive is not that good. Wonder if somebody's trying to short things out again. But anyway, yep, in the clouds for the most part, so I'm not going to worry about what's going on there at Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And that is unfortunate that we don't see it at all today. Trying to get back to the live picture. I wonder if that storm is giving us problems. Let's go to the next shot here. Anyway, this is for Taupo, or Taupur, however you would like to pronounce it. And this is interesting. We see a very large uptick in activity at Taupur, and it did subside quite a bit there already. So very, very interesting to see that going up the way it did. Lots of tectonic action there, and makes me wonder if we're going to see something erupt. I hope not, and that would be a nasty volcano. And of course Taupo is basically the caldera is a huge lake, and that's not something you want to do. Storm until passing down over the North Island. A state of emergency declared this morning. Real mess. Oh, Granzed, sorry to hear that. And that is unfortunate. Hopefully things will lighten up there soon. So let's take a look at what it looks like there right now. And of course, there it is. You can see the almost white caps on the lake water. And you can see rain off in the distance here, rain in the foreground. Not a good day for Taupo or the rest of the North Island of New Zealand. And we'll take a look at that weather when we get over there. But it is raining there at this very moment. This shot, of course, is courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And on that note, let's go over to our next place of fun. I'm just going to return that one to a smaller screen, same with this one. And we will get over to this one. And let's see if we can get that fixed up with a better shot real quick. Oop, that would be here, and let's go there. All right, so they've got a very, very windy situation there as well. Let's do this for a second. You can see where the smoke is, or steam or cloud. It almost looks like a smoke is what, when you're looking here, going all the way up. That doesn't look like cloud material. It looks like a smoke. And I hope that this isn't something, a fire or something like that. And that would be a real downer for them. Although I think it'd be too wet to have a fire, way too wet. So kind of that way. But let's back that up a little bit and see if we seen anything a little bit better from that caldera up top. Let's see, this is about, oh, I don't know, 12 minutes ago. I'm just going to back that up a little bit more and see if we can find out what the heck is going on. And I know that the picture was blank here a few minutes ago as well. The camera was off, and they had switched it, so I'm not sure what was going on. But you can see, definitely see a plume cloud up top. This does look like cloud in this situation here. I wonder if they had some lava or something come down the hill and hit some water. I wonder, because that seems to be very isolated right in front. And yeah, let's back up a little bit more and see what we were seeing. It almost looks like it is emanating from right out front here. Well, that definitely looks like a cloud, so I think that might be what it is. If we go back a little bit further, you can definitely see, but we are seeing a white column coming out, so likely steam. And I wouldn't doubt that we had a lot of steam in there because of the rain that was happening during the night there. It was raining pretty heavy. If we go back a little bit in time, let's see if we can find some of that lavally goodness pouring out of there. And of course they had a moonlit night as well, partially a moonlit. There you can see some of that rain I was talking about. So yep, rainstorms coming through different ones, and very interesting to see that, and pretty awesome. And yeah, here's another shot of how much of that rain really came down. You couldn't see a darn thing, and it was hit and miss with being able to see the top of that caldera. Here's a spot where we've seen a little bit of a plume come up, tiny bit of lava. Let's see if we can get that to where it actually popped. We might be able to see, and see a little bit of a glow in there, and or just too much cloud. Let's go back. Okay, we'll let that run through, and yeah, you can see a little bit of a glow. But that cloud sitting right on top did not do anybody any favors, so that's what we've got going on. And then, of course, we'll see that plume come up if we wait long enough for it. There it is, and coming out of there. So that is from Semeru, of course, and Semeru had multiple blasts during the night, but most of it was hidden by cloud work. This one here, let's see if we can back that up just a little bit more. We can actually see some lava there. And yeah, that camera was shaking because of the wind and stuff. I want to see if we can get that to the start of it. One of these had a little bit more of a bright light to it, so when it actually popped, and I think it was this one. I did not write it down today. I was busy doing other things, so looking for things, you know, full-time work. Let's see if that'll show up. Yeah, that's a little bit better as far as being able to see it, but it should have been right at the beginning of this. There's a lava, and going back about 20 seconds at a shot here when I click it 2 or 3 times on the button. Okay, that should be somewhere in here. And again, you can see that camera shaking, and that is a part and parcel to the fairly windy time they were having there this morning, or well, midnight almost is pretty much where it is. But you see that lava coming down, and that is pretty awesome. And we like lava. It's beautiful. While that is doing its thing, I'm going to take the opportunity to just run through our day today. Anyway, from yesterday we had Reventator volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 2320. Fuego volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 2224. Popocatépetl, same thing, from 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters at 2215. Sakurajima, satellite image not undefinable, and 2100. Sabancaya, there in South America, from intermittent emissions from 1915. And volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet for Nevado del Ruz at 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters. 1530 was the time on that, and then of course volcanic ash emissions observed at Cotopaxi for 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, and that was at 1515. And then the short list for today: Popocatépetl ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters at 1545. And same thing again at 4:15 a.m. Cotopaxi, possible volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 13:15. And then we already looked at the photo of that. And new volcanic ash observed at 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters at 1:30 on this morning. And then Fuego again to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters from 10:15 a.m. Suwanosejima exploded to 4,000 feet at 9 a.m. Sabancaya emitted intermittent emissions from 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters at 7:15 a.m. And of course, Kilauea, the activity continues at 3 to 4 eruption locations at 6:06 a.m. That is kind of an update there for you. Hope you enjoyed the lava coming down the hill. And on that friendly note, it is a time for me to take another break. And we'll leave it there. Quick peek though, I want to see if Madame Rutsa has got a live stream going. No, she does not. So we'll leave that be. Going to put this one back on live. And that is the shaky scenario we're seeing right now. And I don't know. Do you want to leave it here, or do you want me to leave it over on Hawaii? It's up to you guys. This one's bobbing up and down a little bit, so I don't know what you want. I think lava looks nicer, but we can do that lava thing. So I'll leave that one on for myself. If it changes during the break, I'll definitely throw that on. Hawaii. Yeah, well, I'll throw that on. There's Hawaii. And we will leave that live. As you can see, looks like a new river. And that new river of lava is definitely working its way. Let me get that mouse going again. You see it here, and that is interesting. And so we've got lava heading in two directions right now, around that back corner where it was flowing before, and now in this direction, probably filling in some of that lower space, lower elevation space. Anyway, on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back in about 4 or 5 minutes or 6 minutes or so. And unless something happens at Semeru, I'll leave it here. So don't go away. Keep smiling. I'll be back. Thanks, guys. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have everyone on board, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars 2028 and Cananaska's country. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. I still want a recording, Sharon. Because every time I say that, my voice gets a little bit, never mind. Anyway, while we're looking at this, yeah, my mouse, I had to turn my hamster off again. I was doing other things, so when I do that, I try not to show the hamster too much when I'm doing these other things. But let's get the hamster going again. So obviously we see a large outflow right here. We also know that this outflow is happening. Of course, you can see the lava coming, and most of that is going this way. Is there another vent underneath here pushing lava or magma up and causing this to flow? That is a really interesting question to be asking, and I'm unsure right now because we don't see it bubbling up over top. So either we have one that's submerged and it's flowing out of there nicely, or this guy is doing a little more work than what we know is going on, because we can't see him hiding behind that back wall. And maybe we'll get lucky and have that back wall break off again. And that would be pretty awesome. But the thing that comes to mind in question that I've got is, where is all this lava going? Not all of it is going to be, sitting there in the caldera. We see a lot of that is actually disappearing. So are we going to have another event where the lava all of a sudden is going to pop out somewhere else and create a bunch of problems for the other good people? And that's kind of what we got to wonder about, right? So that is what it is. Anyway, yeah, and I do have that banner going up top, the ticker tape, if you want to call it that. I remember people were saying they liked having that on there, and I just, as of late, didn't do it. So I thought, okay, let's give it a whirl, and hopefully that is something that you guys are okay with, and I'll try to keep that up there. It's always, trying to keep the stream a little bit more geared to what you guys, the stream watchers, prefer. So if it's not in the way, definitely I do want to have it up there and see if we can do that, and hopefully you like that. So if anyone has got objections to it, let me know. Robert and Shendell Greenbow, is it Greenough? I hope I said that right. Welcome. Anyway, let's go to our next place, and I got a write on from Cananaska's country. As we go through, we already had a quick peek at Sakurajima. I figure we're going to have a quick peek first the other way around, and looking at what we've got going on here. That looks pretty heavy duty. A lot of steam coming out of Aso-san, located in the southern central areas of Japan, and it's fairly high up. And of course, the caldera is kind of fairly large here, but it is a lake. And of course, when it rains a lot, that lake kind of fills up inside there, or that caldera fills up with water. And that's what we're seeing steaming off. So that's what's going on right now. And it does kind of blend in with the clouds, so it's hard to tell what has gone out. But it's been doing that quite a bit, and I'm glad that we can see it today. And that's why I figured we'll show that first. So lots of steam coming out of there, and it's got to be considerable amount of heat on the floor of that caldera to be able to do that. So if it steams out and actually dries the floor out, that'll cause cracking in the floor, and then the next time it starts to rain and the water pours in there, we may get some pyroclastic explosions. And that is always neat to see. So we'll take a look and see what happens in the near future for that one. Let's make that smaller, go over to the next one. We're going backwards here. And this one, of course, is Suwanosi-jima. And the reason I'm doing it in this order is because it's going to be a little more fun. Okay, and that microphone is on. I don't know if you can hear me. It should be back on. And let's see, streaming now, just so everybody knows. And we should be right there. So current viewers, it says 10 are back. All right. Let's see. Are we back live? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Or say, hey, we hear you, or something. That would be good. I hear you from Diane. Thank you, Diane. And glad that is back up and running. I am getting all kinds of weird buffering on YouTube's side here. Why is that? All right, and now I'm hearing myself on the stream as well on my phone. Gotta shut that off. Okay, there we go. And I hear and see Suwanosi-jima. Excellent. So hopefully that is all good. And why is that still buffering from YouTube? No, I'm on my studio screen here. It's buffering. I have no idea why it's doing that, but it is doing it. Anyway, I see we're here, so let's carry on with what we're doing. Sorry, you guys, and wasn't me intending to have this going, but or have it lock up like that. Suwanosi-jima, of course, we read in the report earlier that we did have some eruptive activity. You can definitely see the smoke and stuff coming out of the caldera here, and we didn't see too much for a little while, but you know, it wasn't very heavy. Let's see if we can get that going, if it'll show us. There we go, and we can see that there is a little bit of buffering. There we go, that kind of quit. And what was interesting though was earlier this morning I was looking, and when we go back a little more, we see what it looks like. Let's see if it'll catch up for me. I don't mind the buffering symbol. There we go, and you see that glow, and that is coming from behind everything, and I don't know why it's doing the buffering. That is weird. I must have some poor signals tonight as far as being able to receive things. No, my computer did not overheat. That is, I have too many windows open. But anyway, you see that glow, and that is the interesting part. And when we go back even further, we see more glow happening. And let's see if that buffering will stop. There we go. And this was at 4:47 a.m. Quite a bit of glow coming from the back vent there. So that is really quite interesting, and made me wonder how much is this thing erupting. So, and even let's see, if we go back to right here, this is earlier in Suwanosi-jima time. As soon as it catches up, you can see an ash plume heading out, and you can definitely see a lot of that glow in the background there as well. So definitely a pretty heavy duty eruptions going on there. So hopefully that will continue, and we'll be able to see more of that in the near future here. Let's see if we can back up a little bit more. And yeah, that's quite bright, and that is letting you know there is lots of lava in there. So pretty awesome. Buffering there, that buffering, there's a screen buffering on my side. That should not be buffering on your side unless you have some local buffering now. It should be stable. I am putting out the proper bit rate, so we should be okay here. But as far as being able to receive, I don't know. Anyway, that's what we were seeing. That is looking pretty bright. So definitely, yeah, definitely something going on there in this particular volcano. So pretty cool. Let's back up to our next one. Just wanted to share this with you anyway, so you know that this thing is definitely in an eruptive state. Okay here, no buffering now. All right, that's okay. I do see the twirly going by there. That's on my receive end. Let's go to the next one. Oh, they've got commercials. What about the next one? They may have commercials as well. Definitely something going on with the internet tonight here. That, of course, is the close-up cam. I just want to minimize this one and that one. And that's the close-up cam. This is the other one. So we don't need the close-up cam right now. We're going to minimize that too a little bit. There we go. And that's what we're seeing. So it calmed down. Of course, we seen that eruption earlier when it popped out. We did go take a look at it, and I want to get to about 7:15 here. Lots of birds flying around there in the morning, and again we're getting. I wonder if they're having problems with their servers, because definitely not doing so great here on my end. Although I am still putting out a fairly solid bit rate. Anyway, we backed up to about 5:30 in the morning. Don't see anything happening there. Going back a little bit more. That looks okay too. And yeah, something definitely not all that great. And I know it's not computer updates because my computer has rebooted a few times today. So that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, don't mind that buffering. There we go. And yeah, it's still doing that. I've got a sneaky hunch it's something with the internet is not 100% here. So that's what I'm seeing on my end anyway. Pardon me. So let's leave it as that for right now for our Japanese stuff. And I'm not sure if we're going to get to our next one here. I just want to see Yellowstone is working, but is it on the right channel? Yep, it is. So yeah, we're not going to see anything at Yellowstone. We're too late. It's too dark there already. So at least that one is not buffering. Oh, here's another problem. What is this? Okay, well, it shakes in Iceland. Okay, well, we're going to take a look at, hey, moderators, are you here? And just to make sure that we have an eye on things. And we'll actually, let's do this. There we go. That'll take care of that for a little while. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll let them think about speaking English, and that'll be better. On that friendly note, let's see if we can go back. I want to see if there's more stuff shaking there in Iceland. Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, up north. Remember, we were looking at it. We now have a total of four 3 point something quakes up there, and that is what we see. So, well, it's shaking in Iceland. We can see that there, Yona, and definitely. So one, two, three, four, five quakes that are above three in magnitude, and then a bunch that are below that. And we do see this here, still nothing on the Reykjanes Peninsula. So that is quiet, and it seems that everything is up in the northern end. This, of course, is where Grimsey is, the Isle of Grimsey. And of course, this is way up north, past most of Iceland there. But we do know that we have the mid-Atlantic ridge going right through it, and that is right on the ridge, and definitely somewhere in between, so shaking on both sides of the fence. Yep, 3.0 over 3, 3.6. Yep, we see that, and that is all cool and interesting. Let's see, do we have Hawaii there? Yep, we do. We're going to put it back on Hawaii, and we'll get that one back into a shape. And I am going to go take a break, you guys, so I'm going to try to fix things while we're doing this, but hopefully it will be able to fix it up while we're doing our stuff, and then after the break we will take a look at earthquakes, and then we'll go into our weather and stuff like that. So all good for now. Keep smiling, you guys. If those wonderful people that are here, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button, please do hit that subscribe button, and don't forget about the bell notification. Also, if you have not hit the like yet and you're enjoying the show, give it a bop, and that really does help us out. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back after about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. And that microphone is back on. Hopefully it's working. Anyway, welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Mars 2028 and Kananaskis Country. And I'm sure that Sharon Stewart is going to be in there right away too. Thank you, Susie. Appreciate that. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, working for sure. Thanks, Sharon. Appreciate that. And with the exclamation marks. Oh yeah, gotta make sure those are in there. But all good. And BK. Let's just check this out real quick, and we'll see what that is. Okay, BK, where the heck are you from? I'm just kind of curious. Anyway, yep, doing our thing. I'm still getting buffering on my studio screen here for some reason, and it's just driving me crazy. Virginia? Oh, you're one of them East Coast guys. No shakers there. Or hang on, there was. Let's go over to the... my earthquakes aren't where they're supposed to be. I'm going to have to do this really quickly. So bear with me here for a second, and I will have to fix something, and we'll add a source here. When I reboot, sometimes that's what happens. We get a bunch of everything is out of place and in the wrong spots, and we will get our earthquake map back up real quick though, and it takes a few seconds to get going. Yeah, so for those who are just popping in, we had some kind of a weird reboot situation happening here, so I'm just fixing things. Anyway, mouse is working. All right, we can get at our earthquakes and have a look and see what we've got. So let's take a look. Aleutian Island's pretty quiet and nothing too new. And we'll see what else we got. Grenzed, welcome back. And yep, I'm back now. That's awesome. Sliding down the west coast of the United States, we don't see anything huge. Do see this one here in Wyoming, 3.7. That's kind of out of place. From 3:07 a.m., 11.1 kilometers down for him. A little bit bigger one there. We expect to see some in those areas, but not there. Stanley, Idaho, starting up again. That's an area where we've had a lot of previous quakes. 2.5 this time. That's not that big. 5.15 is what we got there. And sliding out here, we see a lonely guy out here. 4.5. That is from yesterday at 2048. We must have missed him. And that is 10 kilometers down. Not sure why we would have a quake out there all by itself. That's kind of odd. So let's continue down. South America, we do see 3 quakes here. 4.6 in Chile from 1713, 63.1 kilometers down for that one. Another one is a 4.0, and that is from 1555 at 77.7 kilometers down. Next one is a 4.2, also in Chile, 26 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers depth for that. We don't see anything down in the South Sandwich Islands that's new. This is older, so I'm not going to worry about him. Let's take a look at this bigger one, and I'm not sure if that was felt. That's awful big for a 6.1 there, that 218 there in the Kermadec Islands. And that is, of course, the Kermadec Ridge. 374 kilometers down for him. And we also see this one. It's a 5.6 Vanuatu area. And let's take a look a little closer and see where it is. I zoomed in a little too far. Yeah, our Epi is here. So this is Epi Island. So that is to the north of Epi Island right there. And so makes you wonder what the heck is that going on there. Anyway, 5.6, 117.8 kilometers down from 1903. And let's see what else we've got cooking out here. I got this one at 4.7, Indonesia, 8:40 a.m., 18.9 kilometers down for him. Not quite in the same spot as all the other ones were over here, so it's not the same swarm, but it is at the end of basically a junction of two plates kind of jamming together here, two fault lines. So very interesting. And we see this one, 4.8, Philippine area, 57 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down for that one. Going up, we don't see anything in the other places in Taiwan or anything. Going up, way up north here in the northern part of Japan, Kushiro, and that is a 4.8 from 11:18, 37.6 kilometers down for him. Out here in the Coral Islands, we see this guy, 5.2 from 22:57 yesterday. So that's what we got there. Let's take a look at Hawaii while we're over here. A little odd to see this one out here on the peninsula, and that is really kind of a strange place. 4.2 and 9:54 was, 9:59 was the time on it, and that is about 2.5 kilometers above sea level. I don't know if it's really that high over there. But anyway, that is what we see there as far as the things are concerned. So let's take a look at what's happening in the Pahala area. We don't see anything over here at Kilauea at all, and nothing up on Mauna Loa either. But let's see, Pahala area, everything is usually between 26 and 37 kilometers down. Let's start with this one. That is an 1.8 from 1345, and then we've got a 2.5 from yesterday at 2315. We'll grab the ones out in the water first here. 3.2, a little bit bigger than normal, 6:34 a.m. for that one. Then we've got a 1.8 over here, 8:43. Then this one, a 1.9 from 1918. Then this one, 2.4 from 9:14. And then we've got a 2.1 from 8:36. This one right on the coastline. And that is a 2.1 from yesterday at 21:48. And then we got a 2.4 from 12:31. And the newest one out of the batch showing as a red, a 2.6 from 1923. And then we've got this one, 1.8, 1352. And this one, a 1.7 from 1047. And then this guy, a 2.1 from 1439. And 2.1 again from yesterday at 21:24. So that's what's going on in Hawaii, and not a heck of a lot. And we already covered the other ring of fire stuff. And let's get up here into China, and this is 5.1 from 11:38, 10 kilometers down, and just zooming into that. I don't know, it doesn't look like it's a very heavily populated area, so it should be okay up there, and no damage for the most part. Don't see anything down in the southern portions. We do have the old one here on the Carlsberg Ridge, and nothing more for that one. Then we want to take a look. We don't see anything new along here. A lot less quakes in our Turkey, Syria area. 4.4 showing from 459, 11.7 kilometers down. This one 4.3, 7:28 was the time on that one, 4.7 kilometers down. And then we've got a 4.1 at Guksan, and that is 8:15 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for him. And then another 4.8, the same area, from 12:20, 4.9 kilometers down. So a lot less quakes happening in that area, which is really, really good. We do see this one. This was listed as a 5.2 earlier. It is now downgraded. 7:58 was the time on it, and that is in Romania, which is kind of an odd place to see a quake happening. Anyway, we were looking at those quakes. They do have them listed on the USGS. Those at least 3 of them. We counted, what was it, a 5 already? But there's a 4.5, and that is from their time, saying 1831. Well, our time, 1831, and 1843 for 4.5. And those are bigger. Those are in the 4s. So we were seeing the ones in the 3s. And let's see if I can find my Icelandic map. Yeah, on this map, they're only showing the ones that are the 3s. And those are a little bit closer in. So, well, or are they? You know, it's hard to say, because you see where the fault is. The first major jog in the fault, these are just a little ways north of it. So I'm wondering what is really going on. Those are in the same area. How come these ones on the other map are showing at 3s and these are at 4s? Kind of odd, kind of odd. Anyway, let's get back over. Oop, I don't want to download anything. Anyway, let's go back and take a look. So let's did you see the picture of the place where the ground split in Turkey, the buildings and a canyon multiple meters deep? Mars, I don't know if you seen what we showed yesterday. I'll see if I can bring it up here, this video. Watch this. If you haven't seen that yet, that is still luckily in the same place. That is 35 meters deep and 215 meters wide. Don't know if you were here when I showed that, but that was down in the southern end at, what is that called? Hatay? Dinkle Storm Chaser says, sorry I'm late in class, teacher. Yeah, we're getting near the end, but yeah, I didn't see the other ones, but I know that the ground split. We can see that. This is some of that video of the orchard there that was torn to bits and pieces and basically subsided and sunk down. And yes, that is the one they had on CBS News Tonight, Dr. Fox. Yep, and yeah, that is just absolutely incredible to see. And it's just scary, really, really scary to see that, you know. And luckily, actually, on Mars 2028, luckily, I don't think there were any houses involved in this one. This was out in farmland and an orchard, and yeah, this was a part of that energy release, and it was just absolutely crazy. Seismometers hardly reach that far north. Oh, okay, Yona, that makes sense. So the other ones are showing that the bigger quakes may be more accurate. Okay, I just wanted to let this play real quick here so they can see what it was like there. And this is of course, in the southern portion. And once that video is over, I'll kind of point to the area that it's in with the whiteboard here. And we'll see if that works. But yeah, it was incredible to see that footage. anyway, that was what we were showing yesterday. And let's see if my mouse will draw on here. That is in this area down here. So a majority of the quakes were up. Well, we know they're along this line here and like this coming down here. So that's kind of the area that things happen in. And let me clear that. So that is kind of what we see there. No, that's not more 2 centimeters every year. Wow. Yeah, well, this, just so you know, this used to be a 40 plus centimeters per year movement in that direction. Okay. And then up top here was about 23 centimeters in that direction was the average movement. But this, I think what we've had is a major shift of it pushing in that direction. So they were still getting a bunch of thrust quakes over in this area and further north, and even up into some of the other areas up further north. So I think this, because you see this is headed this way on the fault line, the other side is us going this way. But you also see here the arrows on the right there indicating which way it was going. So again, I'm not 100% certain of which direction those plates are now moving, but we do know that it took a major split there. And now getting back to our earthquake map, seeing this one in Romania, this is kind of interesting as well. And I'm wondering if that has something to do. This is the other quakes that we were looking at here. These ones in Georgia, and you know, if this is in fact pushed up in this direction, then it may have caused some clash up here and nudged this a little bit, and then as a result we're seeing a quake here. But again, I'm sure we're going to see more quakes happening on the Anatolian plate in these areas, and of course where it meets the Aegean plate right in here, Aegean plate. So these microplates easily pushed around by the bigger plates, like the Arabian plate here, going up. So it's a wait and see game. You know, the springs are loaded, and or maybe the springs were loaded and they finally let go. But I still think we're going to see more aftershock stuff in those areas, and just to kind of see what was going on. We are headed to a worldwide change. The core of the Earth is slowing down, and the magnetic north pole, south pole are shifting. Well, they've always been shifting, Barbara. The fact that the pole is slowing down is not quite as simple as what has been mentioned. Anton Petrov has a very nice video, and that explains a whole bunch of stuff and new things they've found over the last little while here. And it really isn't going to make a lot of difference to us if that core is slowing slightly. It's not going to make a bunch of difference to us on the surface of the planet. As far as tectonic plate movement, that is not really affected by the core slowing down. That's just natural. We are just looking at, you know, when we say, oh, well, you know, I remember the quake in 1999 in Turkey, which killed 20,000 people. And while this has been going on, there have been quakes for millennia going on, and the tectonic plates have always been moving. the Earth is a dynamic planet. You know, just because we're seeing more quakes in some areas now and less in others, it's one of those things. We are short-lived when it gets into actually looking at what is going on. Bloxyman 22's the magnetic field has been lower than now before with switching poles. Well, yes and no. Okay, you got to understand how our core works. The core, it's not the inner core that does the magnetic stuff. The inner core is basically the iron core of the transformer. And it's the outer core, if you look at it as a motor or a generator, it's the outer core and the asthenosphere spinning around it, which are heavily loaded with other metals. That's what's generating the magnetism. Okay, it's the outer core going around the inner core. So unless the outer core slows down, that's what's going to turn around and reduce our magnetic field. So it's kind of what you got to look at. It's complicated. I don't want to get into it trying to explain it on here right now, but anyway, that's our earthquakes for right now. Let's take a look, though, very quickly at what we've got in our wonderful Canary Islands. And let's see, when's this one from? The 11th. I'm not going to bother with it. That's old. And of course, actually, it was kind of funny. Yvonne and I were kind of chuckling and talking about what is happening in the Canary Islands. And, you know, people are saying, oh, you know, we're going to have another volcano, another volcano. Well, the last volcano that we've seen there on La Palma was 50 years before Cumbre Vieja erupted again. And the reason I mentioned again is because Cumbre Vieja is technically this whole bottom end. That is Cumbre Vieja. It's not just that one little spot where we've seen our volcano. But that is what everybody called it because it was easy to work with, right? But anyway, let's take a look. We only have one quake today in the area. It is 3 kilometers down, a 0.7. Happened at 5:27 a.m. And of course, that is right in that area, Cumbre Vieja volcano area. And it could be anything like collapsing magma tubes that are no longer supporting anything. So things like that are going to happen afterwards, after a volcano cools down, and that's what we probably are seeing 3 kilometers down underneath it. So nothing too nasty or weird there. Anyway, I'm supposed to be taking a break, you guys. So when we get back from the break, I'm going to let's fix this up real quick before I go. And that took my screen away. Sorry. That is what happens when you have to reboot. And I have to redo every one of these screen captures and try to get our weather going again. And we'll fix that up, though. Yeah, every one of them has a Sakurajima on it. Maybe it's trying to tell me something. Let's remove that. Okay, so we'll take a look at our SO2 map after the break. So don't go away. I'm going to put you back to Hawaii, though. I know that is intact. So please don't go away. If you are enjoying the show, please do consider hitting that like button. It would really be awesome. Also, if you are not subscribed yet, sitting on the outside lurking in, please do consider hitting the button, the subscribe button, and don't forget to hit the bell notification. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I will be back in a little bit. Don't go away. Thanks. I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you, everyone, for sticking around, and thanks for the welcome backs. First off, thank you, Barbara, for gifting that one membership. And let's see, it was received by Derek Shave just a couple of minutes ago here. So I see that. That is excellent. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kananaskis country, and Robert and Chandel and Mars 2028. And Barbara, of course, Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, and One Fish 26. Thank you, guys. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart with a whole bunch of exclamation marks. Does that mean it's supposed to be louder? I can't yell. The neighbors are going to get upset. Anyway, let's get over to our SO2 map, because that's what's next on the agenda. And there we go. We see that. SO2, not bad up in North America for the most part. I'm not going to do too much here. We'll see if we can do this very quickly. We do see way up north, it looks a lot clearer than what it has been, which is really nice to see. We do still see quite a bit of SO2 coming across the pond and from, well, I don't know if it's China and going through Kamchatka and all the way over and coming down the western coast, and some of it getting up and through Alaska into the Canadian interior. And of course we have some here in Edmonton, as well as central coastal areas along the west coast, down to I guess about bottom end of Oregon for the most part. Looking, Manitoba's got some, and of course Hudson's Bay area, and then of course lots of SO2 being generated, basically people pollution for the most part there in our Ontario and Quebec regions, and the upper northeast portions of the United States. Looks a lot clearer out there though for Sue out in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, PEI areas. A lot less there in our wonderful Newfoundland and Labrador as well, but that's not so bad. Looking at western states, not bad. Oregon got a little bit heavy there, and of course to be expected here from Los Angeles area and some of those places. I'm surprised that we are seeing some sticking around in the central portions here, like Salt Lake City is pretty heavy in that area. Texas getting some of that stuff being blown up from Popocatépetl and Mexico City, because that's a population of 22 plus million there. So lots of stuff going on there. Looking down here in the southern or central American regions, we see most of it is blowing out into the Pacific, but we also see kind of a divider here. We do see this trending out and coming into the Caribbean islands as well. South America, not bad. And we see along the Chilean coast, it's not overly bad. Most of it being into the Pacific. Some of it still coming into Argentina. And looks like southern portions of Uruguay, as well as Buenos Aires, getting a little bit of that. And then the rest is people pollution. But the Amazon looks pretty darn clean right now. So that is awesome. Antarctic area still has some snow melt, so that SO2 is being put back into the air. Of course, when it snows, the snow captures the SO2, and when it melts, it releases it. So if it's on the ice floes that have melted off, it will generate more SO2 or higher SO2 levels for those areas. And that's what we're seeing there. Not bad here, but then again we've got that darn storm sitting right in top of New Zealand's northeast corner right now, is where the central portion of it is located. So you can see that definite curve of the SO2 from a White Isle volcano. And going here, nothing in Tasmania, very little in the bottom end of where Melbourne is in Victoria. Is it state? I don't know if those are states or areas. What do they call them there? In I think they're provinces. No, maybe states. Anyway, Victoria down there. That is it's not Leo's barbecue. We know that. It's the refineries. And New South Wales area, of course, north of Sydney, we got a bunch of coking plants. And sliding up, Brisbane is pretty clean. We do see everything else, though. What? It means more bata. Bata? More better. More better is more better. More better. Okay. Is more better. That's better than a more worst. More worst? Something. I don't know. Anyway, what is this? Tofua out here in Tonga doing its thing. We do see Vanuatu. Looks like Yasur is the one that's throwing out most of everything right now here in Vanuatu, but not that bad. And pretty normal for Papua New Guinea. Luolatak is still working away. And I think because of all that rain, those levels have been knocked down a bunch, but we do still see from Semeru is quite dark there. And then, of course, we have Krakatau and Jakarta, of course, making a lot of pollution there as well. And likely some coming from Merapi here in the central region. Mo better is way better on Mo than Mo worse. Mo worse? Okay. Ibu and Dakono not so bad, and not seeing too much from Mayon and Bulasan there, but we are still seeing quite a bit from Taal, and of course Taal is dumping 6,000 tons per day of SO2 into the air, and Taiwan, people pollution, China is people pollution. And then when we go down here, we know that Suwanoshijima is putting out a fairly good, and same as Sakurajima, and then some from ASO as well, adding to the mix. Sliding up and looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, this is confusing. What's happened? Looks like Karinsky is slowed down, and we may have something coming from I don't know, Shivalish and Bezimiani, or that other one that I have such trouble pronouncing, that Klyushevskoy, if that is right, but I don't know. It could be left. I could probably figure out how to pronounce that more better in the future, because right now it's more worse. I hope that's okay. India, yep, people pollution there for the most part. And let's see, down here we do see it's more better there down in South Africa. The SO2 not quite as bad, and from the gold refineries. Sue, you're back just in time to correct me. It's okay. If Sue wasn't here, I'd be in trouble. Anyway, our DR Congo friends here are doing their things. They are more better today than they were yesterday. And I don't see anything coming off of Erta Ale, so that is more better as well. But we are still seeing quite a bit of the refinery outputs from the oil refinery. What did you need? Klyashevskoy, is I just needed to know how to pronounce that. Kliushevskoy. It's okay. We're all good though. Yeah, Kliushevskoy. I got it. It's okay. We do see those things there in the Middle East. Anyway, looking over here, looks like the wind is blowing from the other direction. Yes, you got it. Okay, thank you. And I won't forget the Avalon Peninsula either. Okay, I promise. And not for a while. Give me a few weeks, and then all of a sudden it'll be gone. Mount Etna is doing its thing, and what? LOL, rolling on the laughing. Just kidding. Yeah, don't kid. It's all good. We're not going to hurt anybody. Anyway, we do see some clear spots in Spain and France, and here in the Alps, and Frankfurt looks clean, but we do have some stuff going around here. I don't know why all of a sudden they are getting higher levels of SO2 there, but they are. Denmark and of course Sweden and Norway and Finland, clean, clean, clean. And Iceland is clean as well. So that's all cool. Let's start on our weather. I did refresh this, so we should be up to date. Looking at, we'll at least get Canada in, and then I'll take that break. Maybe I'll just keep going. We'll see what we can do. Anyway, some very cold temps in Alaska. Looks like the cold stuff came back down south a little bit for those guys. And looking at what we've got here, most of the Yukon kind of got that same treatment, same as what we are seeing there in Northwest Territories, and of course none of it. I want none of it. Northern portions of Alberta and Saskatchewan, even in BC, and of course in Manitoba, are getting lots of that stuff. And that cold air is that stuff. We are seeing a downward flow from the north rather than the upward flow from the south. That's always means a colder air. And we see 2 degrees in Vancouver, probably about a -2 for Bob. C&D boy, wherever you are. And we're seeing -7 Celsius now in Edmonton. So our warm, balmy days are gone. Back to winter, a -1 in Calgary, and Regina is a -6. Let's see if Swift Current still has a -3, so they're doing all right. Weather Vancouver, yeah, 4 degrees Celsius, thanks. And Winterpeg is still sitting at 0, and I know that is a little bit warmer than they normally have. Sliding over into northern Ontario, looks like that cold is still holding in there, but not as bad as it was. We got 2 degrees there in Toronto, and 0 in London. Detroit coming in at 1 Celsius. Chicago, home of Pepper and Tom, they are coming in at 2 degrees. Montreal, -3. Quebec City, -4. And that cold is back in the northern portions of New Brunswick, and the coastal areas about 4 or 5 roughly. -2 there for Halifax, the same thing in Cole Harbour. We see this low here drawing down that cold. And what's this Avalon Peninsula called again? Oh, never mind. It's the Avalon Peninsula. Back down to the -20s up in the northern portion of Newfoundland, but they are not bad over here on the -2, -4. Heavy wet snow here. Oh, okay. That is not good. And some very cold temps again. We got a high sitting over Labrador, and that is holding in those cold temperatures. It is a break time, but what I'll do is, yeah, I'll take the break. I think that's probably better for my voice. No, let me keep going. Never mind. I'll do North America. We'll take it after I got North America done. 15 to 25 centimeters expected. Holy macaroni, that's a lot. That's like how many inches? That's like what, 6 to 8 inches. Yeah, I'm gonna do that break in a few minutes there, Mars. I see the cold is trying to sneak back in here to these regions, but Portland 3, San Jose is 8, Los Angeles 11, Las Vegas is 11, and we'll see what we've got there in Death Valley, somewhere around 17 or 18 degrees, possibly. And there we go, 18. Thank you, Sue. And we see 9 in Phoenix. Yep, that cold is back. 7 in Tucson. Going over Albuquerque is 1 degree. And they're trying to get warm weather pumped up here, but it's not working. 21 degrees down on the bottom end. And of course, well, we got 18 there in San Antonio, 16 in Houston, 16 in Austin, and Dallas, and 14. Oklahoma City coming in at 11 right now. Getting over to New Orleans, they're only at 13. Tallahassee at 10. Oh my God, Miami is going to freeze. 17 or 18 degrees there in Miami. Jacksonville at 12. And we see 8 there in Atlanta. Charlotte, North Carolina is 8. And about 7 there in Grandma B's house. And Virginia Beach coming in at 8 degrees Celsius. So that is in the 40s for those guys who need to know. And then 7 in Philadelphia, New York actually coming up to 8 right now. And then Boston only 1 degree. That is just above freezing. Quick peek at Cancun, 22. Acapulco, the hot spot, is 25 right now. We see 11 or 12 there in Mexico City. And that cold is definitely pushed back down into on the Baja and into Mexico. Not good for those guys. And Mazatlan only 18, 19 right now. Acapulco, we said it was what, 27, 28. And we'll stop there, take a break, and we'll do South America and the rest of the world after the break. Going to put you back over to our lovely lava, and we'll leave that on there right now. Don't go away. Here comes some more music. For those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, please do hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed, do consider subscribing. That would really be awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a 5 or 6 minute break, and I will be back. And don't go away. Thanks. This time I'm pushing the button, making sure the mic is off. go. The microphone is back on. Hey, hot chocolate. Did you know that the cocoa bean for making a hot chocolate, the shell on it is actually very, very poisonous? Anyway, welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Mars 2028, thank you, and Kananaskis Country, thanks for the welcome backs, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart, and that is awesome. And yeah, I watched a program on how they make chocolate, and I thought that was kind of weird. That is actually a very poisonous shell that they have around the outside of that cocoa plant. I didn't realize that. It's interesting. Yes, cocoa bean hull mulch, very, very bad for dogs. Oh yeah. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. Anyway, let's get back over to our weather, whether we like it or not. Hey, while I was looking at this, I was kind of looking at how our La Nina is doing. La Nina, of course, picking up the cold water welling up along the South American coast, and you can kind of see it's still a triangle, but it's starting to break down a little bit. We used to have a very, very distinctive triangle here, where you could see the flow all protruding into this area, and it's now getting all mixed up, and hence some of the storms that are now happening there. Anyway, let's carry on and take a look. So Mexico was fairly cold. Cancun, not so good on the Yucatan Peninsula there, and we were seeing colder temps in some of those other places as well. Not quite as hot in those coastal areas either today. We do see the warmer temperatures out in the water though, and Galapagos Islands, of course, about 26 degrees. Still holding some good temperature though in Colombia here on the lower elevations, and of course back in the plains here. The mountains, of course, very cold, and what? Yeah, bad for dogs, not good for people either. Cocoa bean hull mulch, very bad for dogs, very bad for people, very bad for everybody. They gotta wear gloves when they're harvesting those things. Cocaine whisperer Sue. Anyway, and there we got our Brazil holding some nice temperatures, and the nighttime temps a little cooler there. Well, actually 25 in Rio de Janeiro, not that bad. 21 out there in Sao Paulo, and Bolivia, of course, in the lower elevations, very nice. Up in the mountains, not so nice. That same goes for all of what we see for Peru and Chile, and of course we get into Paraguay, still holding a lot of hot air. And of course then we get into Argentina. Most of Argentina is not bad, but the southern area here, we know that the climate is changing. Look at that cold pushing into Argentina in the single digits, and some places even colder than that, in the minus temperatures, well, in the mountains anyway. And let's take a quick look here. Paysandu coming in at 25 degrees Celsius right now. That's not bad. I wouldn't complain. And then Buenos Aires about 25 as well. If we keep going, and let's go over the big pond here and take a look at New Zealand. They are seeing 23, 24, 26 down on the bottom end of the South Island. Christchurch only 17, but they are getting some of that wind that is being generated from what was it, Gabrielle, and we do see that. So Wellington only 16. We do see the coastal areas here still a little bit warmer at 22, 23. That's not bad. Tapur probably about 21 or so right now. And then Auckland coming in at about 17, no, hang on, 19 there, that's better. Up on the northern peninsula, depending on where you are, some of those winds are cooling things down a bit for them. But yeah, that low sitting there just right on the tip of the North Island, making a mess and a state of emergency and flooding all over the place. And Hobart coming in at about 19-20 degrees, not a bad day happening there in Tasmania. Looks like about 22 for Melbourne, that's not bad. 23, 24 in Adelaide. Coming up to Sydney, only 21, but the interior looks like it is cooking. And we are seeing 26, 27 in Ausland. And Oz is not doing too bad. But take a look at what we see out here. 39 in a lot of places. Now we're getting into the 40s. 41, that is just crazy, and those are the highest temperatures on the planet. There's 42 right now in some of those places, and yeah, that is just crazy. 42, 43, that is up in the northwestern western portions of Australia right now. Very, very hot, and Perth was coming in a little bit better temp at 24 degrees. That's not so bad. Looking at our other areas here, yeah, a little bit cooler there in parts of Fiji. Still 29 on the eastern side of it though, so not so bad. And I'm wondering if it's because that storm is going through there. All kinds of different storms happening right now in those regions. Still pretty normal in New Caledonia, 27, 28 degrees. And same thing goes with a little bit cooler, but not bad in Vanuatu. Looking at the areas here in on the southern side of the mountains, very, very hot of Papua New Guinea. Northern side a little bit better. And eastern portions of Indonesia, same thing. And once we get up a little higher, we can see the temperature. We do have 91P rotating here as well. That's not doing them any favors. And looking at the Indonesian islands, all somewhere up in the mid to upper 20s. And you get onto Java, we see some 30 plus degree temperatures in some places. And same thing with Sumatra, and they are cooking. It's at that time of the year. The heat is set in, and the humidity's got to be just crazy. Bangkok coming in at a whopping 32 degrees, 31, 32. Thank you, Sue. And we see that is definitely warming up for them. Manila coming in at about 30, 31, depending on where you point your hamster, and some of the other areas up to 33, right around there. That's not bad. It's pushing that cold back up is what it's doing. And we see the cold streams still trying to make their way down, but there's a battle, and of course that is part of what causes all that rain in those areas. We see Seoul, Korea coming in at about a 3 right now. Let's take a look at Kagoshima, Japan, 12 degrees. That's not that bad, but looks like they still have... Whoop, what happened there? Where am I? I've gone somewhere. Oh no, I hate when that happens. When they teleport me to other places. We see some areas here, very low single digits, and then below freezing temperatures in some of those places. Tokyo about 9 degrees right now, going up, and seeing some below freezing temps in most of northern Japan's Sapporo coming in at -4, and they're back to a full winter mode there, and in that northern island. Still seeing some very cold temps on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and I see the the cold is sitting there. That low was pulling that cold air down. This next low is, of course, helping it, and this one is helping it. So the lows are being bad and pulling all that cold down. And we are seeing pretty normal temperatures there in Sri Lanka, not bad. Delhi, a little bit warmer at 15, 16 today, and that is better for them. I'm sure they are enjoying that. Cape Town coming in at about 18, that's not bad. Madagascar, not bad temperatures, and we see Central Africa is still not bad. Once we get into the Sahara Desert, still not looking that good. Only 6 in Cairo today. We do have some heat starting to build up in the south portions of Saudi Arabia, and some a little bit warmer temperatures there in the UAE, and maybe same thing with Oman and Yemen here. But still horribly cold. Baghdad at 3 for those guys. And of course, just a quick look at Turkey. Adana, of course, coming in at about 1 or 2, depending on where you point. Still in that whole region where all those people have been. And this what is it? Malatya is a -9 right now. You know, and all those people that are homeless in this region and down here in the area, they're all below freezing temperatures. It's absolutely horrible. We see some very cold temperatures in eastern Turkey right now. Let's take a look and see what Piggy has for temperature. Looks like about, I don't know, 9 or 10, maybe somewhere thereabouts. And that will be for a Piggy. Sue's bringing it up, and we'll see what it is. And what do we got there, Sue? Kick that bot. There we go, 10 degrees. That's not that bad for nighttime. And looks like a little warmer there in Crete. Not so much warmer there in Greece. Athens, about 2 degrees Celsius right now. Looks like Malta, about 12 degrees average kind of thing. And Radazzo, about 1 degree there. It says 0 on the map, but I'll split the difference to ½ degree. Coastal areas are starting to warm up though. Sliding up. Naples coming in at about 8 or 9. Rome, about 1 degree right now. And Milano, 1 degree. The Sardinian areas all low single digits for the most part. Some warmer areas down here in the bottom of Spain, which is probably very welcome. Looks like about 4 or 5 degrees there in Madrid. Aurelio still sitting at poor Aurelio, 0 degrees. They've had a cold winter. I mean, wow. Anyway, coastal areas of Portugal starting to warm up a little bit, which is nice to see. And even in this area here, where it normally is really warm, they're still not very good as far as cold temps. Wow. And Nantes coming in at 1, Paris -1, not so good. Munich -2, Frankfurt coming in at -1. Cologne coming in at 4. Wow. Yvonne Kunkel's home about 3. Brussels in Belgium here about 2, and looking between -1 and about 2 degrees there in OFU Luxus land. And then we have Amsterdam, Holland coming in at 3 degrees. Looking over at Berlin, 4 right now. Hamburg coming in at 2. And over here at our wonderful Copenhagen coming in at 3 degrees. Aarhus coming in about 2 or 3 as well. Going up, looking at Oslo, 0. Stockholm, 2. St. Petersburg is a -1. And the Russian capital of Moscow at 0 degrees. Let's go take a look at England real quick. We see here, oh boy, 3 degrees there in London. It looks like all the way up to 10 Perth coming in at 9 right there on the bottom peninsula coming out there. Leeds a -1. Glasgow at 1 degree. Aberdeen coming in at 3. And Dublin about 7 degrees. And Irish Monk's home. And where is he? He's basking in about 9 or 10 degrees right now. And that is pretty good. Nighttime pretty good for the UK. Yep, I would say so. Don't stand in pouring rain. No, 10 degrees for, holy mackerel, he's got 10 degrees there. That is incredible. But you can see the warm air where it is blowing up. And that is pushing up and getting onto Iceland as well a little bit on the eastern end anyway. Let's take a look at Reykjavik. They are not doing so bad, 5 or 6 degrees there. Thank you, Sue. And that is kind of it for our temperature peak around the world right now. Let's go take a look at the precipitation really quickly. And yep, a North American coast still getting a lot of snow coming in, and some places a little bit better than others, but yep, more out in the rock there for looks like some snow maybe in store for Bob. And then we see here in Alberta, I'm at 0 of snow. Northern Alberta and British Columbia and the Yukon are getting some snow. Northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba snow as well. And then the stuff here from the Rockies kind of subsiding in southern Alberta. Looking around the Great Lakes, not bad. We do see some snow up in the other areas, so going up into Quebec. And here's the horrible mess that Sue is getting right now. And she could be getting these storms off the coast here, but she's only getting some snow and some high winds. And doesn't look like too bad for Newfoundland and Labrador. They're up very cold though, so that's what we've got going on. Looking at what we've got here, western side of the U.S., looks like Washington, portions of it, and of course Oregon, around Portland and those areas, they are getting ducky weather and spotted snow and rain throughout. Looks like Idaho and Montana, and nothing too much. A little bit in Nevada, not Las Vegas, but Nevada. Colorado, of course, getting some snow, and Albuquerque, some snow and rain mix. And Arizona, the very dry place, they are getting some snow and rain mix as well. And Texas, Amarillo up here in the top, and Lubbock getting some thunderstorms right now. Looks like Dallas is just on the edge of that little tiny system. And no precipitation in the eastern portions, which is probably good. Nothing until you get up to New York and possibly in, well, I guess Maine and maybe New Hampshire a little bit, tiny bits. Nothing too major up there, so that's all good. Central America looks like Belize and the other country here, Honduras, is getting some. The eastern side of Costa Rica, as well as Panama, are getting some rain. And then, of course, the rainy stuff in the rainforest to be expected. So we see some parts of Venezuela and Colombia are dry, but most of them are getting some rain. Eastern portions of Brazil, nothing, so that's good. And of course, we are seeing up here in the northern portions of Argentina, they are definitely getting some rain. The Moncus is not getting any rain right now, so no rain for the Moncus. That's all good, but we do see over here South of Sao Paulo, they are getting some stuff, and just north of Rio de Janeiro. And of course, the Chilean coastline, all the way down, getting some rain. And here's a horrible storm, and they are no longer, they're just calling it a low. And we can see that circulation, that is a massive system, and that is going to pull more ducky weather in for the rest of everyone that is involved there. That's already affecting the South Island as well, and that's going to keep hammering in here till that moves off, and that's moving very slowly, so not good. And looking at Tasmania, looks dry. Looks like Sydney on up to past Brisbane, they are getting some water, and probably a welcome there to get a little bit on the interior, the breadbasket. And of course, the rest where all that heat is not happening. No rain there. Looks like a rainy season in Fiji and northern portions of Vanuatu, and of course northern Australia, and then variable storms throughout the Malaysian, Indonesian, and Philippine areas. And we see that everywhere. Freddie is still here, moved off to the right, or into the Indian Ocean a little bit more, and Denyanyi is headed there as well. The southern portions of the Philippines are very bad right now. And here's why it's so cold there in Japan. We see the snow, and that is happening. This low is still pulling down a lot of that cold air. Moving on up, we do see some more snow on the Kamchatka Peninsula. And of course, there's those two storms. We do have a high sitting over top of Madagascar. I'm wondering why it's still raining there. That should dissipate. And southern portions here of Africa still getting some rain. Central regions, of course, rainforesty stuff, rain. Sahara is pretty dry. Still seeing some moisture there in Saudi Arabia. That's actually interesting. And of course, some more moisture over here in Iran and those places. And no moisture, at least coming down in Turkey right now. That's probably good. And taking a look, nothing for Peggy on the map as far as the rain. Sliding over a little bit more, we do see some on the northern coast of Africa, but nothing serious. And looks like dry for Sicily and most of Italy, and Spain, and France, and Germany. A lot of fog. And looks like Denmark is dry as well. Looks like England and Scotland and Wales are fairly dry. Some isolated spots there in Ireland, and then looking at Sweden and Norway. Bottom halves are good, but on the top end, no good. Lots of snow. Finland kind of caught in that same system up in the top, so not bad for those guys. And looking over here, let's see what we've got going on. Yep, Reykjavik doesn't look like it's too bad, no rain, but we do see some awful lot of rain and snow and stuff mixed for the warmer area over here, where it's not snow, it's going to be rain. But the interior, of course, going to get a snow and ice rain, and not good for Iceland. So I guess that's what they call it, Iceland. And we see freezing rain out here just west of, what is it? Hang on, it'll come to me. Look at that, and that's horrible. You wouldn't want to be in that Jan Mayen area. And yeah, we see all of that. Pretty nasty. Okay, Susie, good night, and take care. And who's leaving? It's Barbara, or is it Susie? You're confusing me. I don't know who's leaving. I'm doing weather. I have a hard time keeping up. Thank you, Doc. Great show as always. Okay, Susie, you're the one that's out of here. All right, good night, Susie. Be good. Take care of yourself. And let's put it back on temperatures. We're going to find the coldest temps now. And I already found minus 50. Wow. And Antarctica. That didn't take long. And let's see what else we got. Minus 50. Anything colder than minus 50? Minus 48 down here. 49, 50. Do we hear 51? Oh, yep, I got a minus 51 right there. On the screen, minus 51 degrees Celsius. The penguins are going to start migrating back to the north. And I don't think there's anything colder. A minus 51. Yeah, there's another minus 51. Do we have maybe a minus 52 in this area? Minus 51. No, it's just a little minus 51 spot. Okay, so a couple places with a minus 51, and let's just see. I don't see any lows, and that should be it. So let's call it a minus 51 there, and let's take a look at Greenland. Which is not so green, it's awful white. Minus 47 already, and minus 47, 48, 47, 48, okay, minus 48 already. So let's see if we can find some colder temps there. Minus 48, minus 49, so minus 49 there. That is cold. And do we see a minus 50 maybe? Minus 49. That is bitterly cold. If we zoom in, do we see a minus 50? No, so far not. Minus 49. 48, 49. I'm looking for a minus 50. I got the minus 49. What about the other side here? If we zoom back out, a minus 43, 44. Nope, not so good. No, I think I'm going to have to be stuck with a minus 49 degrees. And that is up in this region. If there is a minus 50 in there, I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to call Greenland a minus 49 degrees Celsius. So that's what I've got there. And just not seeing anything nastier. And that is nasty enough, a minus 49. And let's see what we've got for the Arctic. We already had a minus 48 there. Wow, that didn't take long. Oh, minus 52 I seen somewhere right in here. Minus 52 is what we got to beat. Oh, there's a minus 54 in this area. There we go. Minus 54. And do we have anything colder? Minus 54. No. Minus 54 is what I have so far. Minus 52. I need a colder. Where are you? Minus 52. I got minus 54. I need colder than minus 54. Minus 51, 49. No. Minus 54 is what we're looking for. Or 55. is what I want. And what about over here? It gets awful cold. There's some spots in here that are usually really cold, and well, it looks like too warm there today. So I think a minus 54 might be my cold spot. So let's just check in a couple more places here. Minus 48, I see. And minus 48. Nope, not seeing it. I had my minus 54, and there's the minus 50s. 52, 53, yeah. '51, that whole region is horribly cold though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to live with that minus 54 unless I can find something a little colder right in that area. That is bitterly cold though. Minus 53, no. That's a minus 54. I don't know if we can find anything colder. No, I think I'm going to have to live with that for there right now, but let's take a look at some of the other places here. Canada has got a great big northern area, so it's always worthwhile checking other places. Sometimes we end up with some very cold spots that you don't expect to be cold. But yeah, there's a minus 45. No. Minus 43. No. What about in here? This looks like a lot warmer. So I think I might have to go with my minus 54. Minus 40, no. All right, I give up. Minus 54 for our stuff there, and then wow, are we ever shrinking in a cold size there? And we'll see what we've got for. Oh, we got a minus 53 already there in Siberia. Minus 53 is, where'd you go? You were right here. There's a 52. We had a 53 a second ago. There's a minus 53. Minus 54 right there. Do we have a minus 55? Minus 54. No, looks a little warmer there. So yeah, minus 54 for sure. Minus 53 all along there. Okay, what about up here? Nope. Minus 49. Minus 51, minus 52. So we want to beat minus 54. There's the high, minus 53. Don't see it there. Let's see, minus 40, 51, 52. I'm looking for a minus 55 at least. Minus 49. Minus 52 again, and let's see, what do we got along here? Minus 51, 52. got minus 54, so I need colder. Minus the 50s. Nope, nope, no good. Oh, what about up here? No, that one is not that cold today. So we got minus the 54. Let's see, anything else colder? Over here, no, looks more warm. These lakes are warmish. And yeah, I don't know what we got here. Minus a 54. Let's see if we can get a minus a 55. Hang on, I see a minus a 50 here. 48, 49, 52, 53. Do we have another 54? No. Close, but no cigar. A minus a 54 right there again. So do we have a minus a 55? No. No, I think I'm going to have to live with a minus a 54 because I don't see anything colder. So let's call it a minus 54 degrees Celsius for there and in our wonderful Siberia. So a minus 54 for Siberia. And wow, that is interesting. And definitely some cold temps, but at least it's not minus 60 for those guys anymore. And let's see, Sue finds, oh, she beat me, okay, we tied in Antarctica. She beat me by a degree there in Greenland, and she beat me by a degree in the Canadian North, and I beat her by 2 degrees. Yeah, so I guess it'd be a tie today if we're looking at it. I think that is what we've got, a tie. Yay! At least I didn't get skunked. And so she beat me by 2 degrees, or 1 in Greenland, 1 in the Arctic, and I beat her by 2 in in Siberia. So it's officially a tie game. There you go, you guys. And Sue, yep, it's a tie. Thank you for doing that. That is wonderful. Let's go back here and warm up a little bit. It's too cold there after Siberia. Anyway, you guys, we're running way late with the stream. This has been a very long stream today. I've been throwing other things in, goofing around, and of course having to reboot and all that didn't help any either. Cost another 15 minutes or so. So all good though, and I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you everyone for being here. And I see we're down to 19 people anyway. Most people have gone to bed. Smart people, eh? Anyway, a big thank you to Irish Monk for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, Irish Monk. And also to Scott Hartman for gifting a 5-pack. And Dinkle Storm Chaser for gifting a 1. And also Scott Hartman for that one wonderful super chat. Thank you, Scott. You guys are awesome, and thank you for your support of the stream. Really do appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Sue, and thank you, Sharon, and you guys are doing awesome. And thank you, Sue, for your support on the volcano reports and all of that. That is really nice of you. Also, big thank you to my moderators, Arizona Snowman, and the Piggy, and a C&D Boy, and a Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields. And that is, I guess, it for right now. Possibly some others on the side. And on that note, be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And I do appreciate all of you. So thanks, and take care. And please, please remember, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Thank you, everyone, and good night. Oink, oink.